Chapter 48. Zhang Hao. How dare you injure the martial artist invited by our clan? Li Yongfu was enraged. Li Yongfu, what did second uncle teach you? You are so uncultured. Do you know what is respect? After Chu Yang displayed his prowess, Zhang Hao calmed down and taught him a lesson without hesitation. For this trash, you even dare to offend the genius of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Do you want your Li clan to lose its foothold in the Coiling Dragon town? Li Yongfu turned green and white after hearing Zhang Hao's words. He was annoyed that those martial artists were all trash. Every single one of them was useless. How could they be beaten up so badly by a teenage kid? Zhang Hao, just you wait. Li Yongfu had an ugly expression. After he spoke those harsh words, he was about to leave resentfully. Pa! Chu Yang slapped Li Yongfu away and stepped on his face. He said coldly, "Who are you trying to be arrogant in front of?" Woo-woo. Li Yongfu's face was stepped on, and he couldn't speak at all. As he struggled, Chu Yang stomped his head directly into the ground, scaring the entire Li clan escort agency, but no one dared to make a sound. Soon, Li Yongfu's body was trembling, but he couldn't say a word. He could only let out a whimper. Finally, his crotch was wet and the smell of urine was emitted. "Umph, a trash like you dares to be impudent in front of me." Bang! Chu Yang sent Li Yongfu flying with a kick. Li Yongfu was extremely frightened and embarrassed. He fainted and was quickly brought away by his subordinates. Satisfying, too satisfying. This bastard has never put me in his eyes since he was young. Now, he even dares to disrespect the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. He deserves it. This is also a lesson for him to know his place. Zhang Hao laughed heartily and made a statement. After so many years of resentment, he finally vented it. The surrounding martial artists looked at Chu Yang with a different expression. They didn't dare to look down on Chu Yang like before. The name of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was engraved in their minds. "When are we departing?" Chu Yang asked Zhang Hao. "We'll leave this afternoon and reach Fallen Dragon City at night." Zhang Hao replied. Chu Yang nodded. He found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. Throughout the morning, more than a dozen warriors had arrived. All of them were at 6th level of the primitive martial realm or above. They were very strong. After a while, Zhang Hao had other things to do. "Thank you for accepting this mission." When it was close to noon, a short but vigorous middle-aged man arrived at the door. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. He was Zhang Hao's uncle, Li Jiaxing. "This Li is very grateful to all of you for your help. Brother Li is too polite. This is what we do." A martial artist stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Brother Li, we're just here to get some glory and make some money. With a peak 8th level primitive martial realm like you, who would dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers?" "That's right. Unless he's tired of living. It's not appropriate. It's just that this Li has some ability. Everyone is giving me face and giving me food to eat." Li Jiaxing modestly cupped his hands and said, "This time, I ask for everyone's help. Have a safe journey, and let's make a fortune together." Immediately, Li Jiaxing said again, "We'll depart in the afternoon. Please be prepared." During this process, Li Jiaxing nodded to Chu Yang without batting an eyelid. However, there was still some uneasiness in his eyes. Obviously, he was still worried about Chu Yang. If Chu Yang had come, it would have been better. Chu Yang didn't care. After everyone had arrived, he followed the crowd and followed the Li family's team to escort this batch of medicinal herbs. However, what made Chu Yang a little strange was that in this escort, other than Li Jiaxing's brothers didn't appear at all. This made Chu Yang's eyes narrow slightly. He felt more and more that something was wrong. The relationship between Zhang Hao and him was probably known by many people in Coiling Dragon Town, especially the Zhao family. He had a feeling that this might be another trick of the Zhao family. They used Li Jiaxing as bait, and then Zhang Hao led it to him. The Zhao family's intention to kill him was already clear. Maybe I'm the real protagonist of this trip. This was not impossible. Chu Yang's intuition gave birth to a sense of crisis. And those martial artists who had lived on the edge of the blade for many years also seemed to have realized something after seeing Li Jiaxing's dignified expression. They all shut their mouths and no longer laughed. Chapter 49. Ma Jinlu, Lin Luhu, the two leaders of Coiling Dragon Village, are here. I didn't expect that these are just a few carriages full of ordinary herbs. It's not worth the two leaders of Coiling Dragon Village to come here personally. Li Jiaxing's deep voice came from the front. Coiling Dragon Village. The group of warriors was in an uproar. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. Coiling Dragon Village was a famous group of bandits near the Coiling Dragon mountain range. They were very ruthless. If anyone disobeyed them, they would kill them all. The women were even more miserable. Coiling Dragon Village was surrounded by mountains, and its people were very tough. Although there were many bandits, few were as ruthless as Coiling Dragon Village. Most of them just wanted to rob. As for Ma Jinlu and Lin Luhu, the two leaders of Coiling Dragon Village, no one knew their real names. They had given themselves funny names, but they were notorious. This pair of brothers were very strong. They were both experts of the late stage of the 8th stage. If they joined hands, they could easily kill an expert of the 9th stage of the Origin Martial Realm. To these escorts, these two man-eating tigers were the biggest deterrent for them every time they carried out an escort mission. Ordinary herbs. There were more than 100 people in front of them. One of them was a burly man with a rough face. The other one was very thin and tall, like a bamboo pole. Between their eyebrows, there was a fierce look. They were the two leaders of Coiling Dragon Village, Ma Jinlu and Lin Luhu. When Ma Lanlu heard this, he instantly laughed mockingly. Li Jiaxing, you're also a big shot. You'd better speak less of such meaningless words. Otherwise, if you bully us brothers for being ignorant and provoke us, we'll kill all of you later. Our Li family escort agency and your Coiling Dragon Village have always minded our own business. During festivals, we always give you gifts. Why do you have to make things difficult for us this time? Li Jiaxing said in a deep voice. His voice was steady and powerful. Cut the crap. Lin Luhu snorted. Our Coiling Dragon Village doesn't need you to tell us what to do. We don't even need to give you an explanation. So the two of you are going to fall out with our Li family escort agency? Li Jiaxing's expression was ugly. Soon after, he said in a cold voice, although our Li family escort agency has always been kind to others, we are not pushovers. Furthermore, if we die here today, your Coiling Dragon Village will be annihilated as well. You better watch out. Li Jiaxing, who are you trying to scare? Lin Luhu ridiculed. You think we don't know that this is the medicinal ingredient that Fallen Dragon City's city lord needs? If it weren't for us, we wouldn't even bother to snatch it. As the saying goes, people die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. After this, do you think us brothers will still stay in this area and let some bullshit city lord kill people to establish his might? Ridiculous. Whether it was Ma Jielu or Lin Luhu, both of them were ridiculing the Fallen Dragon City Lord. They did not take him seriously at all. Li Jiaxing knew that this was not going to end well. If that's the case, then let's see who will emerge victorious today. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Since you don't want to hand it over, then don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. Little ones, kill. Immediately, a group of bandits from the Coiling Dragon Village rushed over while Ma Jielu and Lin Luhu took the lead and rushed over to kill. Kill! Li Jiaxing roared. He took a step and immediately flew up into the air. A long staff brought out a buzzing sound and a gust of violent wind as it smashed towards Ma Jielu and Lin Luhu. The two leaders of the Coiling Dragon Village took out their weapons. It was a wolf-tooth club. They let out a strange cry and went up to meet the attack. Boom! The iron staff and the wolf-tooth club fiercely clashed together. A terrifying airflow spread out from the point of contact, forming a frightening astral wind. Ha ha! I heard that you were taught by the deacon of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. You are quite capable, but it seems like this is all there is to it. Ma Jielu laughed loudly and entangled Li Jiaxing. Ha ha! That's just an undeserved reputation. You actually dare to be so rampant. Lin Luhu also laughed and ridiculed. Lin Luhu was a tall and sturdy man. He swept his wolf-tooth club horizontally. The Li family escort agency's guards and martial artists who were swept by the wolf-tooth club had their bones broken. What should we do? Those two are too strong. If no one stops them, I'm afraid we will all be slaughtered. A martial artist said with a pale face. The rest of the martial artists also said with lingering fear. They did not expect to encounter the two leaders of the coiling dragon village here. This escort mission was indeed not simple. Chapter 50. The massacre began. Lin Luhu unleashed a massacre. He was like a hungry wolf that had charged into a flock of sheep. He laughed strangely as he swung his spiked club, creating a gust of wind. Every time he swung his club, a martial artist would be smashed into pieces, instantly dying. 7 or 8 people died at his hands. Li Jiaxing was entangled by Ma Jinlu. Although he was tyrannical, Ma Jinlu was also a late 8th level origin martial realm warrior, only 1 level lower than Li Jiaxing. Li Jiaxing couldn't kill Lin Luhu in a short time, nor could he get rid of Ma Jinlu. He could only angrily look at Lin Luhu's massacre. Xiao. Chu Yang moved, his sword moved, man and sword became one. He was silent, as if he didn't exist on the scene, or as if he was just a gust of wind during the fight. The sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake hunting for food, directly aiming at Lin Luhu's heart. Wind-chasing life-stealing sword. First move, heart-piercing move. Fast, accurate, steady, strange, poisonous, very sudden, but dang. The sword fiercely stabbed the mace, and a crisp sound burst out. How was this possible? Both of them thought at the same time. Chu Yang's sword was bound to succeed, but it was unexpectedly blocked. Lin Luhu's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. His whole body emitted a cold qi. Only 4th level origin martial realm. How can his sword technique be so strange and frightening? Moreover, his strength is surprisingly great, the strength of 6 tigers. What shocked Lin Luhu the most was that Chu Yang's Qi was of extremely high quality. The sword qi he formed was even more terrifying and extremely sharp. Both of them only met face to face, but Chu Yang read many things from each other's eyes. Bastard, I was going to kill all of these hindrances first, then take your life. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me first. I've always been on guard against this little poisonous snake, but I never thought that I would almost die in his hands. I was scared half to death. Fortunately, I didn't underestimate him. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be a dead man now. At this moment, Lin Luhu's eyes were filled with shock. 4th level of the origin martial realm. It is consistent with the information I obtained. The initial stage of the sword Dao body has dropped from the peak of the origin martial realm to the 4th level of the origin martial realm. However, this sword is actually so powerful. A haze flashed across his eyes, and he suddenly made up his mind. But no matter what kind of genius you are, you will die in my hands. A sinister smile flashed across Lin Luhu's face. Killing geniuses and whatnot is my favorite. You're from the Zhao clan. You're here to kill me, right? Chu Yang's words caused the surrounding martial artists to be stunned. The Zhao family. He actually knows. What a terrifying insight. He actually knew so much just by meeting me face to face. Lin Luhu's expression changed. He coldly snorted and said, "What kind of plaything is the Zhao family? I don't even put the fallen dragon city's city lord in my eyes. A mere Zhao family wants to order me around?" No longer giving Chu Yang a chance to speak, Lin Luhu's mace arrived in front of Chu Yang. It looked like Chu Yang's brain was about to burst. Cutting waist style, Chu Yang's sword slashed out horizontally. The 4th style of the wind-chasing life-seizing sword technique. Before the sword arrived, a sword wind swept out first. Boom! The two collided. 2 waves of true qi fiercely collided with each other. It spread out like a wave and set off a burst of sand and stones. Dang, dang, dang. Chu Yang retreated a few steps. His current strength was weaker than Lin Luhu's by at least 2 tigers' worth of strength. If he was at the peak of the 6th level of the origin martial realm, then this sword strike would have chopped him into 2 pieces. You! Lin Luhu's pupils suddenly shrank. He clearly knew Chu Yang's strength, but that sword wind had swept over like a knife cutting his hand. It had been very ingenious. So, he hadn't been able to erupt with his full strength. In this head-on clash, he was at the late stage of the 8th level of the origin martial realm and had the strength of 8 tigers. He was actually forced to retreat 2 steps. Too amazing. Sure enough, he was a genius, a monster, coupled with such a keen mind and such terrifying insight. Lin Luhu didn't even say half a word. He had already guessed his other purpose and knew that he had a great relationship with the Zhao clan. If this kid doesn't die, I will die without a doubt. The Zhao clan will also be annihilated. Chapter 51. Lin Luhu's killing intent intensified. Despite his rough appearance, his mind was meticulous and sinister. Otherwise, how could he become the second in command of Coiling Dragon Stronghold? The mace swung with all its might became even faster and heavier. Anyone who was hit by it would definitely be smashed into a meat patty. The whistling sound seemed to have split the air in half. Lin Luhu stomped his foot, creating a crack in the ground. His huge body instantly flew into the air, raised high, and smashed down ruthlessly. An ear-piercing sound reverberated around Chu Yang. The intense astral wind caused by the huge mace made him feel pain. In the face of life and death, Chu Yang was incomparably calm. Although his strength was slightly inferior, it wasn't just a contest of strength. Swoosh! Chu Yang's figure moved and disappeared like a gust of wind. In a short moment, Lin Luhu actually lost sight of him. Boom! Lin Luhu erupted with all his strength. This attack couldn't be retracted halfway and smashed into the ground. Swish! The third sword came and went like a ghost. It was as if a gust of wind blew and the sword arrived. Brain-piercing form came from the side, wanting to pierce through his head. Lin Luhu didn't have time to react and hurriedly blocked the attack with his mace. Swish! The fourth strike was the piercing throat style. However, it wasn't from the front, but from the side. Rip! Lin Luhu was terrified. He couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly lowered the mace. His face and ears were injured by his own mace, but he didn't care at all. What kind of sword technique is this? Lin Luhu was completely flustered. Under Chu Yang's sword technique, he was like a paralyzed person. Brain-piercing form, throat-piercing form, waist-cutting form, wind-killing form. Chu Yang used the great thousand-leaf hands and swapped out 4 arms at the same time. It was as if each arm was using a wind-chasing life-reaping sword. Each sword was faster than the previous and more terrifying than the previous one. The power of the sword and the sword overlapped, increasing the strength by several times. Not only was the speed and the move superimposed, but the strength was also superimposed. Pucci! Lin Luhu's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to use his mace to block, but it was too late. His whole body was cut in half by Chu Yang. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to this side. They were dumbfounded. The one who was cut in half was actually Lin Luhu. Compared to Chu Yang, the so-called champion of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's grand competition, Lin Luhu had been famous for many years. He was the second head of the Coiling Dragon Stronghold and had an illustrious reputation in the vicinity. However, he had actually died in Chu Yang's hands. This result had shocked all of them. Genius. This was the so-called genius. Indeed, it was hard to imagine. Many martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed their saliva. A 4th-level primitive martial realm killing an 8th-level primitive martial realm. Is this true? A martial artist said what was on everyone's mind. When Lin Luhu became famous, his ferocious name could stop children from crying. However, this Chu Yang was only a few years old. He was only 16 or 17 years old. Yet he was able to cut Lin Luhu into 2 with a single slash of his sword. Second brother, Ma Lanlu shouted in grief and indignation. Li Jiaxing, from now on, your Li family and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Ma Lanlu roared and rushed towards Li Jiaxing. He was like a crazy demon as he swung his mace at Li Jiaxing. Courting death. Do you think you can make a comeback? Li Jiaxing saw that Chu Yang had killed Lin Luhu and was immediately overjoyed. The iron rod in his hand suddenly sped up a bit. It was like a crazy whirlwind, almost without a trace, forming a storm. Li Jiaxing's strength was above Ma Lanlu's. Ma Lanlu had become chaotic because of Lin Luhu's death. Although he became more violent, he was already out of order. Sure enough, in less than 10 moves, Li Jiaxing chopped with his rod and killed Ma Lanlu. After Ma Lanlu and Lin Luhu were killed, the remaining bandits of the Coiling Dragon stronghold immediately dispersed. However, Li Jiaxing was already enraged by the killing. He immediately shouted, "Kill all these bastards for me." How could these bandits, who had lost their leader, be a match for the hired warriors? It only took a moment for them to be killed. After killing all the bandits, everyone began to silently clean up the battlefield. After this incident, everyone knew that this matter was not simple. It involved the Zhao family, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, and the Fallen Dragon City. Many thanks to Second Young Master for saving me, Li Jiaxing, from danger. Li Jiaxing kept his saber and was abnormally respectful to Chu Yang. His eyes were filled with amazement. He never thought that this young Chu Yang would be so amazing. "Uncle Li, you don't have to be so polite. Zhang Hao and I have known each other since childhood. Lending a hand is what I should do." Chu Yang estimated in his heart that this batch of herbs was not simple. Geniuses were usually very arrogant and would not put others in their eyes. Li Jiaxing was originally worried that his previous neglect had offended Chu Yang. Now, he was completely relieved. No matter what, Second Young Master's help this time is a good deed. Wait until we reach the Fallen Dragon City. Second Young Master, don't refuse this little gift of mine. Chapter 52. Half River Rustle, Half River Red. Dusk sunset. A long shadow was left behind by the setting sun. Following the coiling dragon river that surrounded Fallen Dragon City, the Li clan's caravan finally arrived at Fallen Dragon City before dusk. The coiling dragon river could be said to be a natural moat for this city. The city walls were very tall, at least a dozen meters high. Even at dusk, the streets were still bustling with activity. Ever since they met the bandits of Coiling Dragon Village, their journey had been very smooth. They did not encounter anything else and smoothly arrived at Fallen Dragon City. When the caravan arrived outside the city, Li Jiaxing immediately cupped his hands to the crowd and said, "Everyone, you have worked hard along the way. The rewards that I promised everyone will not be less. Those who were injured or died, there will definitely be extra compensation. Brother Li is too polite. This is what we should do." The many cultivators expressed their agreement. No matter what, although the escort this time was strange, they had only met a group of bandits. After that, they arrived at Fallen Dragon City smoothly. Furthermore, the rewards were much better than before. The caravan started to line up to enter Fallen Dragon City. "Halt! This is a routine inspection." At the city gate, a fierce general in his 30s blocked the caravan's path. He looked at Li Jiaxing and immediately said rudely, "What is in here? Open it all." "Sir, we're the Li clan's escort agency of Coiling Dragon Town. This is a batch of herbs that we are escorting on behalf of the city lord's residence." Li Jiaxing mentioned the city lord's residence. At the same time, he took the opportunity to bribe the general. "I don't care who you are. I will check everything to see if there are any prohibited items." The general directly overturned the benefits that Li Jiaxing had bribed him with. He directly gave an order, making Li Jiaxing feel very embarrassed. "Sir, please don't joke around. If this joke gets out of hand, it will not be fun anymore." Li Jiaxing's tone could not help but change. "Are you threatening me?" The general smiled coldly and said without a care, "Brothers, go and search. If you find anything, the general will definitely reward you greatly." General's residence. Li Jiaxing's face sank as he thought to himself, "Not good. It's actually someone from the general's residence." The Fallen Dragon City's city lord's office and the general's office were two different systems. Generally speaking, one was for civil affairs, and the other was for the army. There were many cities in the Great Way State that were like this. Firstly, the distinction between the army and the people was very clear. Secondly, the two of them supervised each other and restrained each other. Chu Yang looked at all of this, and his worry deepened. Fallen Dragon City's general's mansion and city lord's mansion actually had a conflict. Because of this, What exactly was in this batch of medicinal ingredients? Zhang Hao's uncle, Li Jiaxing, was simply courting death this time. How could he get involved in such a matter? Swish! Just as the general gave the order, there was a sharp, piercing sound. A sharp arrow pierced through the air and instantly pierced through the general's head. Bang! The officer's head exploded, and red and white brain matter splattered all over the ground. How dare you? You're just a little general, yet you don't even put our city lord's mansion in your eyes. A cold voice transmitted over. Everyone from the Li family's escort agency. I'm sorry. I'm late. Everyone looked over and saw a group of people galloping over on horseback. They reined in their horses and stopped when they were near. The person in the lead was a young master who appeared to be around 20 years old. He was wearing a magnificent robe and holding a divine bow. Chapter 53. Chuyang also glanced at Yi Feiyang. This Yi Feiyang was 24 or 25 years old, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the primitive martial realm. He secretly said in his heart, that general was killed just like that. It seems that the conflict between the city lord's mansion and the general's mansion is very intense. Not only him, but many of the accompanying martial artists were also shocked. This was a huge whirlpool. If they were not careful, they would be crushed to pieces. My father is quite busy, so I can only come. This time, you have all worked hard to bring the herbs here. Yi Feiyang said with a smile on his face. This time, we encountered the obstruction of Coiling Dragon Village. If it wasn't for Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard's young Master Chu, I'm afraid we would be in danger. Li Jiaxing seemed to want to introduce Chu Yang and Yi Feiyang to each other. So you are a disciple of Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard. You are more or less a disciple of Five Elements sect. No wonder. Yi Feiyang couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. His pupils immediately shook. He was only at the 4th level of the primitive martial realm. Yet he could make Li Jiaxing, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the primitive martial realm, hold him in such high regard. Could it be that he is stronger than Li Jiaxing? If so, this Chu Yang was amazing. Suddenly, Yi Feiyang thought of a person. Brother Chu, your elder brother is the famous great genius Chu. He is the pride of our Coiling Dragon Town and Fallen Dragon City. When Yi Feiyang opened his mouth, the accompanying martial artists couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't know Chu Yang's specific identity, but the name Chu Fei resounded like thunder in their ears. Now that they knew, they were even more shocked. In their memories, Chu Fei's younger brother seemed to be called Little Sheep. He didn't seem to be as amazing as the one in front of them. It is my elder brother. Chu Yang could only cup his fists and say, Greetings, Brother Yi. Neither servile nor overbearing. Yi Feiyang slightly sized up Chu Yang again. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a good young man. Brother Chu, I'm afraid you are already curious about the strangeness of this herb. Chu Yang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yi Feiyang to say it so unscrupulously. Maybe he was giving face to his elder brother. But I'm a little puzzled. There are quite a few people who have designs on this carriage, but they're intimidated by Brother Ye's prestige and only dare to do some dirty things. Brother Chu, there's a hidden meaning in your words. Yi Feiyang frowned. Chu Yang didn't mind throwing the Zhao family into the fire. Brother Yi, why don't you think about it? How could a mere Coiling Dragon Village dare to look down on the city Lord Manor? Looks like there are a lot of stingers. Killing intent flashed across Yi Feiyang's eyes. He immediately laughed and said, Brother Chu, do you want to know what is really inside this medicinal ingredient? There's no need for that. Chu Yang didn't want to get into trouble. Huh? Yi Feiyang laughed heartily. He walked straight into the carriage of medicinal herbs and took out a storage ring from a secret compartment in the carriage. Then he took out a Buddha statue and a bottle of pills. Joyful Buddha. The moment Chu Yang saw that Buddha statue, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. The Joyful Buddha was only owned by Tantric Buddhism or Tantric Buddhism. Only Tibetan Buddhist temples worshipped it. It was a special artistic form of Buddhist statues. In the Buddhist doctrine, the word joy did not refer to joy. Instead, it referred to fearlessness, anger, ferocious strength, and cruel means. It referred to the feeling of joy when one captured a pagan, trampled on them, and trampled them under one's feet. Chapter 54. The shapes of the Buddha of joy were very rich and colorful. Their appearances were strange and hard to describe. Some were ugly and ferocious. Some had a human body and a beast's face. Some had multiple heads. Some had multiple hands. Some had human heads hanging from their waists. Some were stepping on young boys and girls lying on the ground. Some were single, and some were hugging each other. They were made of gold, silver, and copper, as well as wood and stone carvings. There were also clay carvings and painted carvings. At this moment, this Buddha statue had a man sitting cross-legged with his right leg curled up and his left leg curled up inside his right leg. The woman was facing the man with her legs wide open and her plump buttocks sitting on the man's left leg. Their forearms were hugging each other and their chests were tightly pressed together. Their naked bodies were in a state of ecstasy. Most people thought that the Buddha of joy was about indulgence, and the monks who practiced this kind of Buddhism were mostly like this. There were very few who practiced the Buddha of joy purely. Looking at this Buddha statue, Chu Yang remembered an old incident. 10 years ago, a silver monk escaped to Coiling Dragon Town. Later on, he harmed many girls there and caused chaos in Coiling Dragon Town. After that, there was no news of this silver monk. Looks like this silver monk died in Coiling Dragon Town in the end. Chu Yang thought to himself, "That's right." Yi Fei Yang laughed and said, "Brother Chu, you have good eyes." He raised the porcelain bottle in his hand and said, "Brother Chu, you must know the pill inside, right?" Chu Yang's eyes widened. Could it be the pill of joy? The pill of joy was a kind of miraculous pill. After taking it, even if one didn't practice martial arts, as long as he had sex with a female martial artist in the spirit realm, he could directly break through to the spirit realm. It was incredible. It was said that if a female martial artist was in the ascending soul realm, she could even break through to the ascending soul realm, but no one knew the details. The pill of joy. It was actually the pill of joy. No wonder the Zhao family dared to take such a big risk and touch the whiskers of the City Lord Mansion. The General's Mansion also didn't hesitate to become enemies with the City Lord's Mansion. I'm afraid that the information the Zhao family received was not accurate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as Ma Lan Lu and Lin Lu Hu. Chu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. This time, it was too dangerous. It was as if he had unconsciously taken a trip to the gates of hell. Li Jiaxing's entire body was trembling. Evidently, he understood the dangers involved. The City Lord Manor was truly audacious this time around. They actually only allowed Li Jiaxing to escort them. However, they had won the gamble. Most probably, their opponents would never have expected this. Yi Fei Yang was in high spirits at the moment. Naturally, he saw Li Jiaxing's expression. He laughed and said, "Escort Li, you've successfully sent the Mankisvara Buddha to Fallen Dragon City. We won't treat you badly this time. Don't worry, let's enter the city first." After that, a group of people entered the city. The medicinal pills that were escorted were all given to Li Jiaxing. Only the Buddha statue and the bottle of joy pills were taken away by Yi Fei Yang. Chu Yang didn't know how much the rest of the people had received. However, he had received a total of 10,000 crystals. Such a reward was extremely shocking. For Chu Yang, it could be said that he had become rich overnight. Even the core disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution probably didn't have as many crystals as him. At the same time, Yi Fei Yang also invited Chu Yang to participate in the auction held by the Sunset Chamber of Commerce in 3 days. After that, Chu Yang parted ways with Li Jiaxing and the others and found an inn to settle down. After dinner, Chu Yang prepared to start cultivating. He estimated that he would need roughly 1,000 crystals. It would be enough for him to quickly restore his cultivation to the peak of the 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm. After that, he would still have 12,000 crystals left. For others, crystals were only used to assist in cultivation. However, for Chu Yang, as long as he had enough crystals, it meant that he would have enough medicinal pills. It meant that he could continuously advance by leaps and bounds and break through layers of realms. With crystals, he would have medicinal pills. Realms were not a problem at all. These 12,000 crystals should be enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th level of the origin martial realm. Audacious! Who dares to break into the city Lord Manor? Chu Yang was about to enter a meditative state to cultivate when suddenly a loud shout appeared in the sky above the city and spread far and wide. Chapter 55. Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution's Dean, Nangong Xiao, was only at the 3rd layer of the Qi Soul realm. Chu Yang's father, Chu Yunlong, was only at the 2nd layer of the Qi Soul realm. Excluding Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution and Zhao family, there were not many people in Coiling Dragon Town who were at the Qi Soul realm. Every one of them could be said to be a supreme existence. Naturally, Fallen Dragon City did not lack Ascending Soul Realm experts. However, to Chu Yang, Ascending Soul Realm experts were a terrifying existence that he had never seen before. Ascending Soul Realm experts had made a move. Fallen Dragon City would definitely not be peaceful. At this moment, Chu Yang seemed to understand why Yi Fei Yang had publicized the joy pill of the city gate, and even invited him to participate in the auction of the Sunset Merchant Guild 3 days later. It was not to give face to him or his brother, but to spread the news that the City Lord Mansion was going to auction the joy pill. The joy pill was a pill that even the City Lord Mansion did not have the power to monopolize. The consequences were too severe. Therefore, this step could be said to be brilliant. If you wanted the joy pill, you could come to the auction. This way, the pressure on the City Lord Mansion would be greatly reduced. At this moment, the roar that came from the City Lord Mansion meant that someone had sneaked in and alerted the Ascending Soul Realm experts. Everyone, there are a total of 10 joy pills. 3 days later, they will be auctioned at the Sunset Merchant Guild. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill without mercy. A majestic and loud voice resounded in every corner of Fallen Dragon City. Every dark corner could hear it clearly. Instantly, the entire city was shaken. Joy pill. It was actually the joy pill. 3 days later, the joy pill would be auctioned at the Sunset Merchant Guild. This news spread throughout the city in an instant. After that, all the city gates of Sunset City were opened overnight. Many people ran in all directions, obviously spreading the news. Tonight, Fallen Dragon City did not sleep. It was not that Chu Yang was not interested in the joy pill, but it was something that he could not touch at the moment, because he did not have the strength to do so. One day, I will also step into the Ascending Soul Realm. It won't be long. Who? Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Only after coming to the Fallen Dragon City did he realize how small and weak he was. In Fallen Dragon City, the most important thing is to recover one's strength. Otherwise, without any strength, it would be too dangerous. We would only be at the mercy of others. After all, strength was the most important thing. Chu Yang's current strength was only at the 4th level of the primitive martial realm. If he walked around the Fallen Dragon City, it was estimated that anyone who did not see eye to eye with him would make a move. Recovering to the 6th level of the primitive martial realm was the most appropriate. Chu Yang took out the essence crystals and started cultivating. The origin crystals contained a very vigorous energy. It was just that piece after piece of origin crystal fell into his hands. They lost their luster almost instantly. This kind of devouring speed was simply shocking. An ordinary martial artist could use a piece of origin crystal for at least 10 days. But in Chu Yang's hands, it was practically done in the blink of an eye. 100 pieces of crystals, 200 crystals, 300 crystals. After absorbing the energy of 1,000 origin crystals, Chu Yang recovered to the 5th level of the primitive martial realm. Once again, he condensed the 5th lotus platform in his dantian. Time passed by minute, second by second, and the crystals were quickly consumed. Boom! After 1,000 origin crystals, Chu Yang consumed a total of 3,000 origin crystals to condense the 6th lotus platform and recover to the peak of the 6th level of the primitive martial realm. At this moment, the true qi in his body overflowed and suddenly erupted with a huge aura that directly broke through the roof of the inn. Clang, clang, clang. It was as if every cell in Chu Yang's body, every flesh and blood was like a sword, emitting countless sword sounds. At the same time, his body also emitted crackling sounds. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs were all vibrating. The sound of thunder was extremely clear, accompanied by the sound of tigers and leopards. Tiger, leopard, thunder sound. Roar, roar, roar. After recovering to the peak of the 6th level of the primitive martial realm, a fierce tiger appeared behind Chu Yang. The strength of 6 tigers. The strength of 7 tigers. The strength of 8 tigers. The strength of 9 tigers. His strength also recovered to the strength of 9 tigers in an instant, but this was just the beginning. Another fierce tiger rushed out, the strength of 10 fierce tigers. The 10 tigers quickly fused and transformed into the power of 1 elephant. After that, more and more tigers continued to appear. There were a total of 15 tigers, transforming into the power of 1 elephant and 5 tigers. When all of them were added together, it was the power of 2 elephants and 5 tigers. In other words, it was the power of 2 elephants and a half. The strength of 2 elephants and a half actually increased by so much. Chu Yang himself was shocked. His father was at the 2nd level of the Chi Soul realm, and he only had the strength of 2 elephants. Now, he had actually reached the strength of 2 elephants and a half. In terms of pure strength, he had even surpassed an ordinary 2nd level Chi Soul realm martial artist. Amazing, simply amazing. Chapter 56. For the first time, Chu Yang felt the terror of his sore body. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't believe that it was the power of 2.5 elephants. He was only a 6th level origin martial realm martial artist. If people knew about this, they would probably scream in their sleep in the middle of the night. The yin was used to the commotion caused by cultivation. There were many martial artists like Chu Yang who caused trouble and destroyed the yin. However, after these martial artists broke through, they were usually very happy and went to ask for compensation. Usually, they would get more compensation than before. Naturally, Chu Yang quickly became one of them. Naturally, he wasn't stingy. Soon after, then gave him another room. After a night of silence, Chu Yang woke up full of energy. He had some thoughts about the joy pill. After all, he now had the power of 2.5 elephants, so he felt that he was qualified to get involved. However, he was still clear-headed. It was just his ego being inflated. In the fight for the joy pill, the Chi Soul realm was too low, not to mention him. If he met an ascending soul realm martial artist, he would probably be crushed to death. A new day began. Along with the rise of the sun in the east, Fallen Dragon City was more noisy and lively than ever. Martial artists were talking about the Joy Pill and the City Lord's Mansion. I didn't expect that the City Lord's Mansion would get the Joy Pill. It's a pity that this joyous pill has nothing to do with us. If we could obtain the joyous pill and find a woman at the Chi Soul realm, we would be able to immediately advance to the Chi Soul realm. This kind of method of advancement is extremely joyous. Just thinking about it makes me unable to stop myself. Don't be wishful thinking. Even if we get the joy pill, it will be very difficult to find a woman in the Chi Soul realm. Many martial artists were talking about it. Most of them were sighing and could only be envious. Then, they were heartlessly watching the fun. Hee, who didn't see it? Last night, several famous ascending soul realm martial artists sneaked into the City Lord's mansion and fought. The entire City Lord's mansion is now a mess. Not only that, I heard that at least 20 Chi Soul realm martial artists died in the City Lord's mansion last night. The joy pill moves people. I heard that the Sunset City Lord has come personally to ask for a joy pill for his only son. My goodness, if the Sunset City Lord wants a joy pill, then all the city lords around us will come. What's so strange about that? Who doesn't have a disappointing son? Especially for these big shots. It's normal for them to have a spoiled brat or a piece of trash. When Chu Yang heard the news, his desire to get his hands on the joy pill was extinguished. The cat claws in his heart were chopped off. Even the city lord of Sunset City was here. The influence of the joy pill was far beyond his imagination. From Chuyang's point of view, Fallen Dragon City can only be regarded as a county-level city at most. And Sunset City is a big province of the Great Way State. There is only one word difference between the two, but they're not of the same weight. Anyway, Chuyang didn't know what level the city lord of Sunset City was at. He estimated that ascending soul realm martial artists were nothing in front of the city lord of Sunset City. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The news of the joy pill gradually spread far and wide, forming a huge storm. Many famous ascending soul realm martial artists came one after another. However, the appearance of the city lord of Sunset City made the entire Fallen Dragon City calm down. No one dared to be presumptuous. The reason for this should be that the city lord of Fallen Dragon City used the joy pill to establish a connection with the city lord of Sunset City. With the city lord of Sunset City supporting them, no one dared to be presumptuous. Chapter 57. The Sunset Chamber of Commerce was naturally not an ordinary chamber of commerce. If an ordinary chamber of commerce wanted to auction the joy pill, they would not be able to hold their ground. Chuyang did not have a clear idea of what the Sunset Chamber of Commerce was like. He only knew that it was very strong. In a big city like the Sunset City, the Sunset Chamber of Commerce could also hold an auction, so the Fallen Dragon City was naturally not a problem. Naturally, it was not difficult to find such a chamber of commerce. Even if you were stingy and asked for directions, you would still be able to find it very quickly. Chuyang followed the flow of warriors and easily found the auction house of the Sunset Chamber of Commerce in the Fallen Dragon City. The auction house was magnificent. Normally, the Sunset Chamber of Commerce was very lively. Today, it was even more lively. A large number of warriors were pouring into the auction house of the Sunset Chamber of Commerce. There were many people selling masks at the entrance. Brother, buy a mask, kill, and set fire to the golden belt. This brother, please buy a mask. It's the best way to hide and escape. This was a beautiful scene in the auction house. Not many people would mind or stop such a public shouting. Everyone was well aware of this matter. The strength of the people selling masks was not low. At least for Chuyang, they were at the 8th or 9th level of the primitive martial realm. The price of the mask was also ridiculously expensive, 10 crystals. However, the craftsmanship was very exquisite. Chuyang didn't want to buy it first, but seeing so many martial artists casually buying one, and some even equipped their own, such actions didn't attract any attention. He thought for a moment, and bought one as well. He directly brought it with him, and then entered the auction house. To Chuyang, the entrance fee was also very high, 100 pieces of crystals. Robbers don't come this fast. Chuyang could only complain. He felt that he had completely become a country bumpkin. This was a very bad feeling and experience. After entering, he sat down, waited, and observed. He was only in an ordinary seat in the auction house. After half an hour, he felt waves of storm-like auras continuously entering the auction house, entering one VIP box after another. Some of the auras were as heavy as mountains and seas, and even as heavy as stars. Just a trace of the aura was released, and Chuyang was pressured to the point that he could not breathe. After about an hour of entering the auction house, the auction finally began. Bang! The sound of a wooden mallet hitting the table resounded throughout the entire auction house. A green-robed old man appeared on the auction stage. The wooden mallet in his hand fell down, emitting an incomparably loud sound like the beating of a huge drum. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the Sunset Merchant Guild's auction today. I believe that, as usual, the auction organized by our auction house will not disappoint everyone. The white-robed old man said slowly. As for the rules of the auction, I believe that all of you are already clear about them. This old man will not repeat them here. Bang! The green-robed old man slammed the gavel down and announced, "Now, the auction officially begins." After saying that, the old man smiled. "I know that all of you are here for the joy pill. The second round will begin with the first joy pill. Let's warm up the atmosphere first." At this time, there was a servant girl with exquisite curves who was extremely moving. She walked forward with a silver plate in her hands. The green-robed old man removed the red cloth covering the silver plate. It was a Buddha statue. Chapter 58. Chu Yang's eyes widened in shock. The Mahamayuri Sutra was actually so extraordinary. Looking at the Buddha statue on the auction stage, his heart instantly burned with passion. He had to get this Buddha statue no matter what. It definitely had a great relationship with the Mahamayuri Sutra. The Buddha statue was severely damaged, as if it had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it was all damaged with no hands or head. Perhaps only Chu Yang could faintly see such a feeling. Below the Buddha statue was a 5-colored lotus platform, which was almost exactly the same as the 5-colored lotus platform condensed in Chu Yang's dantian. This made him shocked. Could it be that this damaged Buddha statue is the Buddha statue of the Mahamayuri Sutra? At the same time, he was also a little anxious. Today, he had mostly come to watch the show. If it was to bid, he didn't have the capital to do so. His reward yesterday was 10,000 origin crystals, which were specially given to him by the city lord, but he had already used up 4,000. Adding the 3,000 from the martial arts tournament, he only had a total of 9,000 origin crystals. And they were all low-grade origin crystals. Origin crystals were also divided into high, middle, and low-grade, but it wasn't obvious. 10 low-grade origin crystals were equivalent to 1 mid-grade origin crystal, and 100 mid-grade origin crystals were equivalent to 1 high-grade origin crystal. 9,000 low-grade origin crystals in this kind of auction house, facing those Chi Soul Tier warriors and even ascending Soul Tier warriors, he was no different from a beggar. Anxious, he could only be anxious. Chu Yang was very helpless. Everyone, today's joyous pill is the finale. After all, the joyous pill is related to Buddha. Therefore, in the first round of the auction today, we will start with Buddha. At the same time, this Buddha statue can also be considered as a very good meaning, to obtain Buddha and obtain joy. This green-robed elder was really good at bullshitting. Such a badly damaged Buddha statue could make him talk about the so-called meaning. Everyone, don't just look at how badly damaged this Buddha statue is. It's just a piece of dog shit. However, the item that the Sunset Merchant Guild is able to take out definitely has its origins. I can tell everyone with certainty that the original owner of this damaged Buddha statue is the one who created the joyous pill. Wah! There was an uproar in the auction house, but it quickly calmed down. The Buddha statue was too damaged, and it had no value at all. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart sank. This Buddha statue actually had this kind of relationship with the joyous pill. If this was the case, then he basically had no chance. The only thing he could hope for was that not too many people would care about this Buddha statue. In his opinion, the Sunset Merchant Guild had not discovered anything special about the Buddha statue, which was why they could only give such an introduction. Otherwise, with this old man's eloquence, he could have at least said a few more things. Let the auction begin. The azure-clothed old man said in a clear voice, "This Buddha statue's base price is 5,000 low-grade essence crystals. Everyone can start bidding. 5,000 low-grade origin crystals. Fuck you." This price was actually very low, so low that it couldn't be any lower. However, Chu Yang cursed in his heart. This was a little too expensive. To him, it was naturally too expensive, but to the many people in the auction house, it was at most pocket money for their children. It was really infuriating to compare with others. 5,500 low-grade essence crystals. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and still made a struggle. He was the first to shout out, like a beggar clamoring in front of a millionaire. He felt very vexed in his heart. Beggar. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, a sharp and unkind voice came out from a VIP box, ridiculing Chu Yang and ridiculing him. Then he started bidding. I bid 5,600 essence crystals. 5,700 essence crystals. Chu Yang added another 100 essence crystals. 5,800 essence crystals. The person in the VIP box said again, 5,900 essence crystals. 6,000 essence crystals. 6,100 essence crystals. Chapter 59. No more, no less. Every time, that VIP box would only add 100 pieces of low-grade origin crystals to Chu Yang. It was obvious that he was deliberately humiliating Chu Yang. I'll give you one more piece. I'll bully you. Let's see what you can do. Looks like you're really a beggar. The voice from the box once again fell into Chu Yang's ears. Blood rushed to his face. After his fury, he calmed down and shouted, 10,000 pieces, 20,000 pieces. Again, Chu Yang's eyes flickered. He couldn't tolerate this. If you want to play, then let's play. If I don't die, then I'm your son. His voice became even calmer, indifferently raising the price. 200,000 pieces of low-grade origin crystals. If Chu Yang won the bid and didn't have the ability to pay these 200,000 pieces of low-grade origin crystals, it was very likely that his head would be separated from his body. This was definitely not a joke. Now, it was a game with his heartbeat. Chu Yang bet that the guy in the VIP box would definitely be angered by him. Huh. There was an uproar in the auction house at this time. 10,000 pieces of Yuan Jing crystal was neither painful nor itchy for most of the people present. However, 200,000 pieces of Yuan Jing crystal was not a small amount either. Unexpectedly, someone was willing to pay such a high price for a mere broken Buddha statue. 400,000 pieces of low-grade origin crystals. A disdainful voice came from the VIP box. This voice was very young, about the same age as Chu Yang. Then, it once again mocked Chu Yang. Beggar, I want to see how capable you are to dare to challenge me. Chu Yang became even calmer, and his voice was even more indifferent. 800,000 pieces of low-grade origin crystals. Directly doubled. Then, he looked towards that VIP box and provoked, Beggar, is it? Then I want to see who the fuck is the beggar today. What right do you have to challenge me? There was a conflict. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the auction house. Many gazes instantly gathered on Chu Yang. Is this a competition of aura? Is this a competition of who has more courage? Whoever has the upper hand, when the time comes to bid for the elixir of joy, they will use this kind of aura and courage to oppress the nerves of other bidders. Or is he just being angry? No one was stupid enough to think so. Therefore, many eyes were sizing up Chu Yang, trying to guess his identity. In an instant, he had become the center of attention in the auction house. However, his indifferent and calm appearance didn't match with his plain clothes. However, martial artists were rarely noble. In the auction house, there were often some who looked like beggars, but in the end, they were unbelievably rich. They would directly overwhelm everyone with astonishing bidding prices and successfully bid for what they wanted. Especially since Chu Yang was wearing a mask, it was even more difficult to measure. You're courting death. How dare you shout at me? Zhang Ming, the third son of Luo Yun City's city lord. As soon as the young man in the VIP box spoke, someone immediately called out his identity. Luo Yun City was a city of the same grade as Fallen Dragon City, but it was quite far from Fallen Dragon City. Luo Yunqing is very impressive. Even if your father comes today, I will make him admit that he is a beggar. Chu Yang's voice was still calm and indifferent, as if he was gambling in a casino. Although there was nothing, his tone was surprisingly loud. 1,600,000 yuan. 3,200,000 low-grade origin crystals. Before Chu Yang could finish his words, Zhang Ming immediately started a bid. He immediately sneered and said, Beggar, can't you have some manners? I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't you have at least some manners? Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to the anger of the so-called Zhang Ming in the VIP box. His indifferent voice was filled with sarcasm and anger. I'm talking about 1,600,000 upper-grade crystals. Listen carefully, it's upper-grade crystals. You beggars' ears better listen carefully. If you don't have money to pay later, go find your father, that beggar. 1,600,000 high-grade essence crystals. This was considered a large sum. The entire auction house was in an uproar. They looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. What was especially shocking was that Chu Yang had called the city lord of Luo Yun City a beggar. This was a direct slap to the face. Is this young man crazy? Is he trying to offend the city lord of Luo Yun City? Maybe he has a grudge against the city lord of Luo Yun City and wants to embarrass Luo Yun City today. Chapter 60. The battle between Chu Yang and Zhang Ming had reached its climax. Blood was almost shed from the bayonet. Discussions broke out in the auction house. Someone sighed and said, "Don't provoke or offend people here. If you're not careful, you might offend a giant crocodile." Zhang Ming is in a dilemma now. It's hard for him not to bid now. Otherwise, he'll end up with the reputation of a beggar. The governor of Luo Yun City will probably be called a beggar in the future. That's right. There are all kinds of people in this auction house. Does he think he's in Luo Yun City? This Zhang Ming is indeed arrogant. He ridiculed others as beggars and deliberately humiliated others when bidding. Anyone with a temper wouldn't be able to tolerate him. As the saying went, the barefooted are not afraid of those with shoes. This was Chu Yang's mentality. Do you dare to state your name? As soon as Zhang Ming spoke, Chu Yang sneered. You don't deserve to know my name. Bang! The wooden mallet in the hands of the green-robed elder fell. He finally intervened and said in a dignified voice, "Silence. The broken Buddha statue is bidding for 6 million high-grade origin crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 320. Young master, calm down. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. In the VIP box, there was a faint voice of obstruction. After that, the voice could not be heard clearly. After a while, there was another angry voice from the box. 7 million high-grade origin crystals. Oomph. Chu Yang immediately sneered again. Who are you calling a beggar? Why don't you dare to double the price? I'll bid 8 million. 9 million, 2 million. 1 million. 2,200,000. 3 million. After Chu Yang bid, he sneered again. How does it feel to be a beggar? How does it feel? Does it feel good? I'm the same as what you did to me just now. Now it's no more and no less. Every time, it's 100,000 more. Zhang Ming, who was in the VIP box, was fuming with rage. His voice seemed to be gnashing his teeth as he said, 250,000. Chu Yang suddenly sneered. Beggar, you still want to return it? Every time you give me an extra 200,000 yuan? Dream on. Do you think I'm an idiot like you? Today, you won't be able to escape the title of a beggar in Luo Yunqing. I'll pay 4 million. For million. He directly offered 4 million yuan. This number was too large. Even the city lord of Luo Yun City would feel the pinch for a while. The entire auction house was in an uproar. Many people couldn't help but size up Chu Yang again. The more they cared about his identity, the more inexplicable they became. He's only at the peak of the 6th level of the primitive martial realm. How dare he go against Luo Yunqing? You can't be pretending. You're just pretending. Pretending? You must be joking. Who would have the guts to come to the Sunset Merchant Guild and even offend Luo Yunqing? Do you think someone without any status would dare? Chu Yang remained calm and collected, as if he did not care about the 3 million high-grade origin crystals at all. He was going to buy a joke from the city lord of Luo Yun City. Young master, could it be that you've been tricked by him? An old man's voice came from the VIP box. This made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat, and he almost exploded. This was 4 million pieces of upper-grade primordial crystals. If the other party admitted defeat, he would really be blind, and he wouldn't even have a place to die if he died. Chapter 61. Beggar, if you can't afford to bid, then don't bid anymore. You have to know your place. I believe that your father, the city lord, would rather be a beggar than spend so much money. Therefore, I can guarantee that if you dare to bid again, your father will beat you to death when you return. What a scammer. Everyone in the auction house looked at each other. In their opinion, if Chu Yang's identity was extraordinary, then Zhang Ming would really be scammed. Also, be at ease and be a beggar and a piece of trash. Chu Yang gave a thumbs up to Zhang Ming's private room. When we bid for the joy elixir later, I can clearly tell you that you won't be able to bid for a single joy elixir. I won't bid much more than you. Just one more piece of low-grade essence crystal. I'll bid no matter how much you bid. Wah! There was an uproar in the auction house again. They felt that this was Chu Yang's true purpose. The auction for the Joy Elixir hadn't started yet, and he was already using this to intimidate his competitors. He was telling them, I'm fucking rich. 4 million high-grade essence crystals to buy a broken Buddha statue. Just treat it as throwing it into the water to watch the splash. If you want to compete with me, then be careful. Don't be so surprised. I usually use money to smash people to death. Chu Yang grinned. He looked at Zhang Ming's private room and said again, also, you can rest assured. After we leave the auction house, I won't smash you to death with money. I'll just smash you until you're disabled for life. If I don't smash you until you're disabled for life, I won't be happy. He didn't seem to lack money at all. He looked like a super nouveau riche. He didn't have much, but he had a lot of money. Chu Yang's tone could be said to be extraordinarily big and also extraordinarily arrogant. He directly threatened Zhang Ming in the auction house. 4 million and one low-grade essence crystal. Zhang Ming spoke again, as if he wasn't scared at all. Suddenly, everyone's eyes looked at Chu Yang. Whether Chu Yang was like what he said, lacking in money, they would soon see the truth. At this time, many people were already excited. Interesting, very interesting. If you win, I won't follow. Chu Yang's sudden words caught everyone off guard. The entire auction house went silent. Everyone looked at Chu Yang in astonishment. Chu Yang was wearing a mask, so no one could see the smile on his face. However, they could see it from his tone. Ridicule, sarcasm, disdain, and so on. Boom! After a brief moment of silence, the entire auction house boiled with excitement. The result was actually like this. The astonished people looked at Chu Yang in shock. It was as if all of them had been completely fooled by him. Surprise. There was only surprise. Too much of surprise. Chu Yang had acted very well just now. Hey, old man, why aren't you counting down? Aren't you afraid that the cooked duck will run away? When he urged the auctioneer, the entire auction house couldn't help but be stunned. You still have the leisure to care about this? Huh. However, it was immediately followed by a burst of laughter. Everyone finally understood what had happened. Chu Yang had completely fooled Zhang Ming and completely cheated him. He had cheated a total of 4 million high-grade origin crystals. That was a total of 400 high-grade origin crystals, which was almost the starting price of the joyous pill. I will kill you. Zhang Ming's furious and humiliated roar came from the private room. He had been treated as a fool in front of everyone. Not to mention that he had been fooled. He had even been cheated of 4 million high-grade origin crystals. He had lost all his face, and the entire Luoyun city would become a joke because of him. Kill me. You should make your move. It was like a mouse playing with a cat. This feeling made Chu Yang extremely happy. He was excited and felt that he hadn't had enough. He really wanted to play the mouse again, or stroke the tiger's whiskers and pull out the tiger's teeth. Beggar, are you very angry? Then I will make you even angrier. Voila! Chu Yang poured out all the low-grade origin crystals from his storage ring. Grandpa, I am indeed a fucking poor man. The total amount of low-grade origin crystals is less than 10,000 pieces. Grandpa will tell you all this now. What can you do if you are a fool? Come on, come and bite me. Chu Yang's tone and face were extremely hateful. Everyone was thinking that Zhang Ming, the son of the city lord of Luoyun City, would probably go crazy from anger. It was too stimulating and too infuriating. This grandson didn't even have a hair, but he played Zhang Ming ruthlessly. In the end, he even told Zhang Ming the cruel truth. Chapter 62. Ah, let go of me. I want to kill him. I must kill this bastard. Inside the box, Zhang Ming's furious voice came out, followed by a loud noise. It seemed that someone had stopped Zhang Ming, and then there was silence. What a pity! Why didn't that idiot rush out and kill me? Chu Yang's sigh made many people speechless again. Everyone, remember this absolute suppression in terms of intelligence. This scene will definitely become a legend in the future. Even someone as wise as me will become a legend. Legend, Apu, you shameless thing. Pung, pung, pung. The auctioneer could not watch anymore, and the gavel fell heavily as he said, "4 million high-grade origin crystals and 1 low-grade origin crystal. This is now the highest price. Are there any other bidders?" Who would continue to bid? Even the auctioneer didn't think that there would be anyone. He struck the gavel 3 times and directly announced, "Honored guest room number 3 has bid for this Buddha statue with 4 million pieces of high-grade origin crystals and 1 piece of low-grade origin crystal. Honored guest room number 3, please come forward to receive your bid." A guard walked out and took the Buddha statue away. During this process, he stared fiercely at Chu Yang and immediately stopped in his tracks, his whole body trembling. What a pity! I thought that idiot would come out and smash me to death with the Buddha statue, and then say confidently, "Beggar, it's just 4 million high-grade origin crystals. What can you do? I'll give it to you." Chu Yang sighed and shook his head, which made the guard so angry that he was about to explode. The key point was that Chu Yang was not done. The so-called Luo Yunqing is just so, without the least bit of magnanimity, taking revenge overnight. You're really too lame. After that, as if to express his disdain for Luo Yunqing, people realized that Chu Yang had already stared at the auctioneer, and when he opened his mouth, everyone present almost fell over. "I say, old mister, it's just a broken Buddha statue, and I've brought so much income to your Sunset Merchant Guild. Shouldn't you give me a share? No matter what, I've worked hard, even if I didn't contribute." What did it mean to be audacious? This was audacious. He actually had designs on the Sunset Merchant Guild. "Sir, don't look so speechless. Am I not telling the truth?" The entire place fell silent again. They were completely speechless. How bold was this young man to provoke the Sunset Merchant Guild? "Allow me to explain to you." Chu Yang counted with his fingers and said, "First, I will help you earn 4 million pieces of high-grade origin crystals. Secondly, I'll show the Sunset Merchant Guild signboard to everyone once again. Look, that fool is so angry that he's vomiting blood, but he doesn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, I could have blackmailed the Sunset Merchant Guild just now." "How dare you have such an idea?" Everyone only felt the rumbling of thunder. This time, they were really struck by lightning until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. They were completely convinced. However, if this matter was discussed in detail, it was not completely impossible. If the son of a city lord of Luo Yun City made a move and injured this young man, the Sunset Merchant Guild would have no choice but to be blackmailed by him for the sake of the Sunset Merchant Guild signboard. Otherwise, if one's life was in danger when bidding in the Sunset Merchant Guild, and the person who made a move would not be punished, who would dare to come to the Sunset Merchant Guild? After understanding Chu Yang's train of thought, everyone instantly understood his great regret. That fool really disappoints me. He hasn't made a move even after being angered to this extent. I even suspect that there's something in his crotch. Isn't just death? A scar as big as a bowl? He'll be a good man again in 18 years. Ah, a roar that sounded like a scream came from private room number 3. Everyone seemed to see blood spurting out a young man's face. They also seemed to see his wounds being pulled open again and again, and salt being poured into them. They could completely imagine Zhang Ming's current feelings. He was mad with hatred, mad with shame, and mad with anger. "Men, chase him out." The auctioneer was also quite angry. The atmosphere of the auction had been completely disrupted by Chu Yang, so he immediately gave the order. Chapter 63. The person who chased Chu Yang away did not pay any attention to him at all. Chu Yang struggled and shouted at the people in the auction house, "Everyone, don't just watch the show without doing anything. The auction house wants to kill me. Today I will die outside. Tomorrow, it will be one of you. The way to kill you is to drag you out of the auction house." He continued to shout. The old auctioneer was speechless. This guy was too good at slandering people. If this guy died outside today, the reputation of their auction house would be tarnished. However, if this young man continued to cause trouble, the auction would not be able to continue. "Everyone, if I don't die today, please remember to contact me. Contact code, Little Auction Expert. Make auction house weep blood and cry. Heavenly Martial Auction Expert 007. Finally, Chu Yang's voice disappeared. At this moment, someone suddenly said, I think the auction should be suspended after such a mess today. It will be held the next day. Immediately, someone shouted, 007, wait for me. The old auctioneer was in a mess. There was actually someone who believed the nonsense of that brat. However, he could not help but feel a little nervous. Based on the brat's ability to cause trouble just now, he might really have the ability to do so. The old auctioneer immediately slammed the gavel down. Bang! The second round of the auction house begins. I must kill him. I must kill that bastard. Not to mention others. In VIP box number 3, Zhang Ming's face was already ferocious, and he was screaming hysterically. Young master, the joy pill is important. It won't be too late to kill him after we get the joy pill. Zhang Ming instantly roared. Do you think I'm a fool? That bastard is wearing a mask. When the auction ends, where am I going to kill him? Do you think I'll kill all of you? The people at the side could not help but be speechless. Young master was not very muddle-headed just now. How did he suddenly become smart? Young master, don't worry. We've already sent people to keep an eye on that bastard. We'll definitely tear him into pieces. Very good. Give me that broken Buddha statue. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and said ferociously, Didn't that bastard want me to kill him with this broken Buddha statue? Then I'll satisfy him. The old man in the booth, who had been advising Zhang Ming, said again, Young master, the joy pill is very important. If we split our forces when we bid for the joy pill, it would be easy for others to snatch it away. In fact, he did not finish his sentence. Especially after Zhang Ming had been completely played and humiliated, many people who originally revered Luo Yun City would probably look down on them. They would definitely be tempted to make a move. It's just killing a 6th-level origin martial realm. How many people do you need? Zhang Ming sneered. You old bastards, don't take me for a fool. It's enough that you're here. You'll only be a burden if you stay. After saying that, he roared angrily, All of you, follow me. Follow me to kill that bastard. The few old men in the booth frowned. However, they weighed the pros and cons. Although there were no Chi Soul Realm experts among the people who went out with Zhang Ming, they were at least at the 8th or 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. As such, dealing with a mere 6th-level Origin Martial Realm shouldn't be a problem. Thus, they didn't say anything to stop him. This could be considered a tacit agreement. After all, in their opinion, Chu Yang deserved to die. He actually dared to tease Luo Yun City like this. Chapter 64. After Chu Yang was chased out of the auction house, he immediately left with a swoosh. He looked like he was running for his life, but his speed was not fast enough. I hope that idiot can bring the Buddha statue and smash me to death. For that Buddha statue, Chu Yang could be said to have racked his brains. He had deliberately humiliated Zhang Ming to the extreme and lured Zhang Ming to kill him, especially when he had deliberately mentioned that Zhang Ming would use the Buddha statue to smash him to death. This was very risky. If he could not escape, he would die without a doubt. The success rate was not high. Zhang Ming might not have the Buddha statue on him, or he might have a Chi Soul Realm expert following behind him. Everything would be a waste of effort. This could very well turn into a desperate escape for Chu Yang's life. After leaving the Sunset Merchant Association, Chu Yang deliberately used his perception and quickly sensed that someone was following him. This was normal. It would be abnormal if there was no one. In the auction house, he had humiliated Zhang Ming. If Zhang Ming did not kill him, how could he vent his anger? He quietly turned into an alley, causing the person following him to lose sight of him in a short period of time. Very quickly, just as Chu Yang's figure disappeared at the corner of the alley, a young man who looked like a guard appeared in front of him. However, he definitely did not expect that a sword was waiting for him. Oh, a strange sound came out of his throat. He tried to cover his bleeding throat with his hands, but he didn't have the strength to do so. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief as he looked at Chu Yang. Then, he fell to the ground with a loud bang. A person at the peak of the 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm had no chance of winning against a person at the 8th or 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Shouldn't he be scared out of his wits and flee for his life? This bastard actually dared to counterattack. Even in death, this person did not expect the result to be like this. He also did not expect that Chu Yang's sword would be so fast, vicious, and ruthless. It killed him in one strike without any room for struggle. Since he was unprepared, the success rate was naturally very high. Furthermore, even if Chu Yang faced him head-on, relying on the strength of 2 elephants and a half, he would still be able to kill him alone. Chu Yang quickly took off his mask and changed into a new set of clothes after he killed the person who had been following him with the wind-chasing life-snatching sword. After spending so much effort, he naturally did not leave. He found a corner and waited there for Zhang Ming's arrival. In a very short time, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Soon after, 5 figures appeared in Chu Yang's pupils. The leader of the group was a 16 or 17-year-old youth. His body was thin and weak, his eyes were sunken, and there were obvious traces of excessive drinking on his face. He was only at the 4th level of the origin martial realm. The other 4 looked like guards. 3 of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the origin martial realm, and 1 was at the peak of the 8th level of the origin martial realm. Without a Chi Soul realm expert, there was no hope. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He didn't mind at all. The other party had completely underestimated him. If he didn't underestimate him, he wouldn't have a chance. The question was this really Zhang Ming? Did he bring the Buddha statue with him? Chu Yang was not sure. But looking at the youth in the lead, Chu Yang felt that only this kind of playboy would be in urgent need of a joyous pill. Young master. Looking at Asi's expression before he died, he should have been ambushed and stabbed to death. He died not long ago, so that bastard must not have escaped far. A middle-aged man among the 5 touched Asi's neck and felt his body temperature. So he made an accurate judgment. Immediately split up. I will chase. I must catch that bastard. Zhang Ming's sunken eye sockets exploded with a burst of extremely vicious light. Chapter 65. The moment he saw the Buddha statue, the Mahamayuri scripture in Chu Yang's body had a strange movement and crazily revolved. However, he did not dare to immediately make a move. He was confident that he could deal with 1 peak 9th level origin martial realm, but 3 peak 8th level origin martial realm, and 1 peak 8th level origin martial realm. He should not be a match for them. Young master, once we separate, we will not be able to protect young master. Zhang Hua stay. Zhang Ming was afraid that Chu Yang would escape, so he immediately roared. Don't talk nonsense, immediately chase him. If that bastard escapes, I will take your heads to vent my anger. These bodyguards knew Zhang Ming very well. If he vented his anger on them, they might really have their heads chopped off by Zhang Ming. So, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Only one of them was left behind. Then, they scattered in all directions to chase after Chu Yang. That's great. There's nothing better. It's simply wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it without any effort. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang's nerves tensed up and he was extremely excited. This was the best opportunity. If he could not grasp it, then he could not hope for anything else. This noble young master, are you looking for the murderer who killed this big brother? Chu Yang estimated that the 4 people had already left and immediately walked out from the shadows. He tried his best to change his voice and pretended to be extremely scared as he spoke to Zhang Ming. You know where he is? Zhang Ming grabbed Chu Yang, and his eyes burst out with joy and hatred. But Zhang Hua, who was at the side, felt that this person's voice was somewhat familiar and could not help but carefully search his mind. But when he was distracted, he felt a sharp wind blowing towards his throat, like a needle piercing his throat. Not good. He was shocked, but at this time, it was already too late. He felt a sharp pain and clearly felt something sharp piercing his throat. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the extremely frightened youth who could not even speak clearly. Before he died, he finally understood why this voice was so familiar. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wind chasing life reaping sword. The sword is faster than the wind. When you feel the wind, You are already a dead man. Bang! Zhang Ming was also sent flying by a huge force. Chu Yang's main target was the bodyguard Zhang Hua, who was at the 9th level of the origin martial realm. But when he burst out with his full strength, the strength of 2.5 elephants, how could Zhang Ming resist? He was sent flying like a ragbag. As for influencing Chu Yang to make a move, there was no need to talk about it. Zhang Ming was not at that level yet. In front of Chu Yang, he was like a chicken or a duck. You. While Zhang Ming was still in shock, Chu Yang took a step forward and similarly pierced his throat with his sword. His hands and feet did not stop moving at an extremely fast speed. Chu Yang first took the Buddha statue from Zhang Ming's hand, then immediately took off his storage ring. Then, he plundered the body of the guard at the peak of the 9th layer of the origin martial realm. Without seeing what he had obtained, he immediately left. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang had disappeared without a trace. He found a place and hurriedly changed his clothes. Then, he immediately left the city. Without stopping, in addition to his mental state being extremely tense, the Mahamayuri King scripture in his body had almost reached the peak of madness. Suddenly, he felt a 5-colored light fly out from his storage ring and directly enter his body. It's that Buddha statue. That Buddha statue was placed in his storage ring. Chu Yang never thought that the attraction between the two would be so strong. There seemed to be something in the Buddha statue that directly flew out of the storage ring and entered his body. Chapter 66. In the afternoon, Chu Yang left the fallen dragon city. His tense nerves were completely relaxed. It was not the first time he killed someone. In the coiling Dragon Mountain range, he had killed Zhao Yunhu, but the level was completely different. Zhang Ming was the son of the Luo Yun city lord. Once he died, the entire fallen dragon city would be shaken. Now that he was out, he did not need to pay attention to these people. 10 low-grade yuan jing to buy a mask was really worth it. Just like selling masks, killing people, and setting fire to make a golden belt. Chu Yang was not worried at all. After killing Zhang Ming, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for Luo Yun City to find him. Boom! Chu Yang sat down cross-legged in a mountain forest. The real qi in his body surged violently. It seemed as if countless tsunamis had been set off. His real qi had gone completely out of control. The aura that erupted from his body formed a gale and dispersed the surrounding air. Bang, 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 bang. 6 explosive sounds came out from Chu Yang's body. With each sound, his body trembled violently. Blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. In his Dantian Qi Si, the 6 5-colored lotus platforms that he had condensed exploded one by one in an instant. At the same time, the true Qi began to condense on its own again. Soon, it condensed into a 5-colored cloud. This was the Mahamayuri Sutra that Chu Yang had cultivated before his previous life's memory was awakened. At this moment, he had completely fallen back to his original place. What is going on? Could it be that the genius martial spirit's deduction was wrong? Impossible. Chu Yang's heart was also in a state of shock. He had never expected such a change. Instead of advancing, he retreated. 1 5-colored cloud, 2 5-colored clouds, 3 5-colored clouds. Scripture was operating at the same time as the 5-colored clouds were continuously condensing in his body. It was also crazily absorbing the vital energy between the heaven and the earth. The surrounding wind was blowing nonstop and was making whooshing sounds. Endless vital energy of the heaven and the earth was gushing in from all directions and was absorbed into his body. 4 5-colored clouds, 5 5-colored clouds, 6 5-colored clouds. In an instant, 9 5-colored clouds were condensed in Chu Yang's body, and he was at the peak of the 9th level of the primitive martial realm. Such a change completely confused him, but the change was still fierce. With a loud bang, the 9 5-colored clouds suddenly collided with each other, causing Chu Yang's body to shake violently once again. His entire body seemed to be in a trance, like the raging waves in a vast ocean. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, The five-color lotus throne that had exploded in his dantian's chi sea formed once more. A five-colored lotus throne. Two five-colored lotus thrones. Three five-colored lotus thrones. In the blink of an eye, 9 five-colored lotus thrones were formed. Once again, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the primitive martial realm. At this moment, Chu Yang was like riding a roller coaster. His cultivation level fluctuated greatly, making people dumbfounded. From the first level of the primitive martial realm to the 9th level, it changed back and forth. Boom! Chu Yang's body suddenly shook violently again. The 9 five-colored lotus thrones, like the previous 9 five-colored clouds, also bombarded together. Suddenly, there was a misty chaos, and a figure appeared from within. A golden Buddha seemed to be tens of thousands of feet tall, sitting in a five-colored golden lotus, surrounded by five-colored clouds. Behind him, countless peacock feathers that seemed to be tens of thousands of feet long opened like a folding fan. It was dazzling, majestic, solemn, and awe-inspiring. The Mahamayuri Sutra. Chu Yang was shocked. He actually condensed the Mahamayuri Sutra. Chapter 67. Moyali, Jailan Emperor, Saha. The Mahamayuri Dharmalaksana was very unstable, as if it had encountered a Buddha. When it was in danger, it chanted, "Not enough true chi." Chu Yang instantly woke up. Previously, he was only at the peak of primitive martial realm level 6. Now, even though he had fallen to primitive martial realm level 1, his true chi was still far from enough to condense the Mahamayuri Dharma Laksana. He hurriedly took out the Yuan Jing from his storage ring and saw Zhang Ming's storage ring. He immediately checked and found that there were more than 100 spiritual crystals in it. He hurriedly took the spiritual crystals in his hand. There was spiritual chi in the spiritual chi, which was a high-level energy. It was the best to use it to replenish true chi. However, he could only absorb the spiritual chi in the spiritual crystals. Otherwise, it would be impossible. For Chu Yang, spiritual energy was like a knife or a sword. If he swallowed it, his intestines would be pierced or his stomach would be pierced. Once absorbed, he would immediately die. Whoosh! Chu Yang held the spirit crystal in his hand. Suddenly, he felt as if he had swallowed a ray of light from the spirit crystal into his body. Then, the spirit crystal lost its luster in an instant. Then, it disintegrated and turned into powder. Chu Yang could not help but gasp. This was too terrifying. A spiritual crystal could be used for at least a month by a martial artist in the primitive martial realm. However, he had consumed a spiritual crystal in an instant. It was as if an ant had eaten a giant elephant in an instant. It was too scary. Chu Yang himself was scared. So I have heard. The Mahamayuri Dharmalaksana had finally stabilized, and the second Dharmalaksana was also condensing. However, his true chi was not enough. This really scared Chu Yang. That was just a spiritual crystal. There was no way to care so much. Chu Yang hurriedly absorbed the spiritual crystal again. The situation of an ant eating an elephant appeared again. As soon as the spiritual crystal fell into his hand, the spiritual chi in it was immediately absorbed. In the blink of an eye, the 100 spiritual crystals in Zhang Ming's storage ring were all consumed by Chu Yang. At this time, he had only managed to condense 5 Mahamayuri Dharma Laksana in his body. The 6th Mahamayuri Dharma Laksana had yet to be formed. In the end, Chu Yang had devoured all the Yuan Jing in his body. Only then did the 6th Mahamayuri Dharma Laksana take shape and stabilize. It was impossible for him to condense the 7th Mahamayuri Dharma Laksana. TSK. Mou Li. Jilan Di. Sa. Pahi. Chu Yang recited the incantation unconsciously. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into Mahamayuri, showing the appearance of 3 faces and 8 hands. Of course, those were just illusions, but it was already shocking enough. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally stabilized. From beginning to end, Chu Yang was unable to sense the 5-colored brilliance that entered his body, which made him very surprised. Forget it. Let me feel the changes first. After devouring more than 100 spiritual crystals in Yuan Jing, I have become a pauper again. Please don't disappoint me. When Chu Yang thought of so many spiritual crystals in Yuan Jing, he felt a pang of pain. Apart from a 9,000 Yuan Jing that he had obtained at least 100,000 upper-grade Yuan Jing from Zhang Ming's storage ring. He had devoured all of them. The Mahamiri Sutra was simply a bottomless pit. Chu Yang's heart was still aching. Apart from the bottomless pit that was the Mahamiri Sutra, there was another important reason, which was Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming should not have had so many Yuan Jing and spiritual crystals. However, he had cheated him of 4 million Yuan Jing. How much more could Zhang Ming have? Therefore, at this time, he wanted to slap himself. 4 million upper-grade Yuan Jing. That was a total of 4 million upper-grade Yuan Jing. Boom. Chapter 68. He was simply scared out of his wits. That punch just now had caused the 9 elephants to roar at the same time, and 9 barbarian elephants' phantoms appeared behind him at the same time. The power of 9 elephants. The power of 9 elephants. How is this possible? How could he have such shocking power? An ordinary 9th-level Chi Soul realm martial artist only had the power of 9 elephants. Origin martial 3rd transformation. Suddenly, he thought of a legend. Origin martial 3rd transformation. The so-called Origin martial 3rd transformation was to cultivate from the 1st level to the 9th level of the Origin martial realm. After that, one would have to cultivate 3 times consecutively. Just like the 5-colored clouds and the 5-colored lotus platform in Chu Yang's body and the great peacock Dharma idol. The difficulty of the Origin martial 3rd transformation was extremely high. First of all, after the 9th level of the Origin martial realm, how to return to the 1st level of the Origin martial realm. Basically, very few people could do this, and this was only one of the difficulties. There were many more, such as the time needed for the 3rd transformation was too long. Chu Yang felt that he had stepped into the legendary Origin martial 3rd transformation. The Origin martial 3rd transformation was said to be the most solid and perfect foundation of martial arts. This was because the 3rd transformation coincided with the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. It also coincided with the 3 realms, heavenly court, human realm, and hell. The Origin martial 3rd transformation had great benefits for future martial arts cultivation. As for the specifics, Chu Yang did not know. However, he was very clear about one thing. After the Origin martial 3rd transformation, one could erupt with 3 times the power, 3 times the speed, 3 times the perception, and 3 times the perception. Everything could erupt with 3 times the coefficient. With this, Chu Yang completely understood the power of 9 elephants. Originally, he had the power of 2.5 elephants. After the great peacock Dharma idol was condensed, his power increased by half an elephant, which meant that he had the power of 3 elephants. 3 times the power was 9 elephants. Chu Yang closed his eyes and suddenly sensed. He found that the range of his detection had indeed increased by a lot. Shua. Once he used the great 1,000-leaf steps, he felt that his body was uncontrollably rushing forward. His speed was obviously much faster than before. It was definitely 3 times faster, and there was more than enough. Such a speed was too fucking shocking. Most people in the Chi Soul realm would not be able to catch up to him. 3 times the power, 3 times the speed, 3 times the perception, 3 times the perception. It really is the 3rd cycle of the Origin martial realm. Everything can be increased by 3 times. As Chu Yang sensed this, he could not help but indulge in the power he had just obtained. His eyes suddenly lit up. This harvest is really too shocking. Just for this Origin martial 3rd transition, it would be worth it to offend Luo Yun or even the Sunset City Lord. Everything that he had now could be unleashed at 3 times the normal rate. This made Chu Yang feel like he was in a dream. If he could unleash 3 times the normal rate, he felt like he could easily kill an ordinary Chi Soul realm martial artist. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, An extreme sense of weakness suddenly surged in his heart, startling him. Third cycle of the origin martial realm, erupting with 3 times the power. There are repercussions. Chu Yang was slightly stunned, but he soon understood. The eruption of the origin martial realm's third cycle was 3 times the normal, and the consumption was enormous. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. He had just tested it, and now he felt extremely weak. It was as if he had used his genius martial spirit. His mental power, physical strength, and Jin Qi had all been exhausted. However, such an outcome was natural and completely acceptable. The effect of 3 times the normal power was too great. Not only could it allow him to kill enemies of a higher realm, it could even save his life and escape in times of danger. Such an ability was something that others could not obtain even if they begged for it. Such a side effect was nothing. However, Chu Yang was still greedy in the end. He felt that it was a pity. If only there were no side effects to erupting with 3 times the normal power, then I would really be invincible. How could there be such a thing in the world? No matter what, Chu Yang's strength had increased by a lot after reaching the third cycle of the origin martial realm. The greatest harvest from this trip to Fallen Dragon City was probably this origin martial third cycle. Everything else could not compare. Chapter 69. Chu Yang found a relatively safe place, adjusted his breathing, and recovered to his peak state. Only then did he start to carefully take stock of the loot he had obtained from killing this time. There was no need to think about the crystals and spirit crystals. Zhang Ming's storage ring was naturally the most important. The majority of the loot was here. However, when Chu Yang took a closer look inside, he couldn't help but curse out loud. These are all broken things. Apart from dealing with women, they are useless. Apart from women, this grandson Zhang Ming has nothing else in his mind. Chu Yang couldn't help but admit that this brother Zhang Ming was amazing. Inside the storage ring, there were colorful things like women's undergarments, underwear, and so on. As long as it was a woman's body, he had everything he needed. There were also many medicinal pills like Good Boy Water, 7 times a night, and so on. They were not in bottles, but in piles after piles. Of course, inside the storage ring, there were all kinds of fighting techniques, secret techniques, and so on. Chu Yang only took a glance and came to a conclusion. Zhang Ming was a professional. Even in his previous life, Chu Yang felt that the professional in this field was far inferior to this brother. In any case, he dared to guarantee that if a woman fell into the hands of this brother Zhang Ming would definitely be able to play with her like a flower. Moreover, the flower would definitely not be the same. After this, Chu Yang's eyes finally lit up. He finally saw the cute divine accumulation pills, qi-generating pills, and yushin pills. They were also piled up into piles. It could be said that there were a lot of them, so many that it was enough for Chu Yang to use for a period of time without worrying. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, one can't get rich without a windfall. Killing people is the best way to get rich. To be honest, he now had the impulse to kill a few more Zhao Yunhu or Zhang Ming. As long as he killed one of them, these medicinal pills and crystals would come too quickly. From the many items in Zhang Ming's storage ring, Chu Yang could completely see the epitome of Zhang Ming's life. Cultivation, eating, fighting, women, eating, everything was elixir, only elixir. In addition to these medicinal pills, there are also 2 other types of medicinal pills, the Berserk pill and the Demon Transformation pill. These 2 types of medicinal pills were definitely used to put one's life on the line. After that, Chu Yang had the urge to curse again. This brother's storage ring actually contained not a single martial skill, not a single mental cultivation method. This was simply too extreme. He had reached the pinnacle of perfection, just like how he had reached the pinnacle of perfection in terms of women. Perhaps the mental cultivation method that this grandson cultivates is extremely impressive. It is only passed down orally and not in writing. Chu Yang found such a good excuse for Zhang Ming. On the contrary, the 2 bodyguards that Chu Yang had killed were reliable. Other than the chi-generating pills, spirit-nurturing pills, and spirit-accumulating pills, there were also detoxification pills, healing pills, and other medicinal pills. There were also many cultivation methods. Vajra Fist, Wild Goose Technique, 5 Ghost Arts, 5 Ghost Steps, 18 Demonic Styles, and so on. Chuyang took a fancy to the cultivation method of the 5 Ghost category. This cultivation method not only had the cultivation method of the origin martial realm, it even had the 5 Ghost visualization diagram for the Chi Soul realm. In addition, there were 2 other cultivation methods that Chuyang was also very concerned about: the Golden Emperor Technique and the Thousand Faces Technique. The Golden Emperor Technique was a metal-attributed cultivation method. It greatly enhanced Chuyang's sword arts, but this Golden Emperor Technique was severely damaged. Chapter 70. Gulp. Gulp. Chuyang took out 10 bottles of nurturing spirit pellets, chi-generating pellets, and divine accumulation pellets. He swallowed them all in one go. Then, he activated his genius martial spirit and began to deduce the Thousand Faces secret art. In an instant, all the essentials of the Thousand Faces secret art surged in his mind like a surging river. The Thousand Faces art was not profound, but it was the summary and fusion of many skin, flesh, tendons, and bones techniques. It was a technique that was summed up after the body had been tempered to a certain level. It was very easy, but very difficult to master. There were mainly a few aspects. Skin. The skin could be fine or rough. This was mostly due to the changes in the pores. Skin could also be white or black. A fair-skinned young man could also become a dark-skinned man. Flesh. The main thing was the control of muscles. A fat person could restrain all his muscles and become a thin person. A thin person could naturally become a fat person. Suddenly having extra fat all came from the most exquisite and meticulous control of muscles. Tendons. The main thing was changing the tendons and meridians. Bones. This was the most important part. Only when it could be hard or soft could it be extended or contracted, and then it could change the body shape. In the Thousand Faces art, changing the facial bones was the most difficult. This was also the most important part of the Thousand Faces art. In general, the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones techniques were not single. The 4 techniques needed to be used together to achieve the desired effect. Chuyang analyzed it and found that the Thousand Faces art was completely used to familiarize oneself with the structure of the body. The process of using and developing one's body was a treasure trove. Although it was only a high-level cultivation technique of the origin martial realm, it could be expanded infinitely. It was a pity that the creator of the cultivation technique only stopped at a certain point. But even so, Chuyang still had a great harvest. There were many techniques in the Thousand Faces art that could increase his battle strength by a lot. And when these techniques were used in battle, they could sometimes have unexpected effects. For example, if one's arm suddenly expanded, it would definitely succeed if one was caught off guard. If one's body suddenly shrank, they might be able to dodge a fatal blow. Then there was the changing tendons and meridians technique, moving the internal organs. In times of crisis, it could avoid the vital parts to the greatest extent. It could even gather the skin and flesh together to form a defense and resist. Chuyang tried to circulate his Junqi under his arm, and he activated the Thousand Faces art. Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. It was as if his arm had left his body. Even though he didn't turn around, he didn't stab backwards awkwardly. There was no obstruction at all. It was as if he had stabbed forward. Because of this sword strike was extremely strange. It was simply unimaginable. Who would have thought that he would be able to attack from the back, as if he was attacking from the front without being affected at all? This Thousand Faces art is indeed very useful. Ka. The bones in Chuyang's body made cracking sounds. In an instant, his body grew taller by a head. Soon after, his muscles swelled up and his skin became coarse and rough. Even his hair grew lush. In an instant, he turned from a delicate and pretty youth into a burly man. Ka. Suddenly, The sound of joints cracking came from his body again. His body suddenly became half shorter, as if he had turned into a dwarf. However, the compression of his joints was too severe. He didn't have to hold on for long before he recovered. Youth, middle-aged, fat, thin, handsome, ugly, Chu Yang performed all of them in an instant. As for the Thousand Faces art, he directly cultivated it to the acme of perfection. Then, without stopping, he began to analyze the Golden Emperor technique. The Golden Emperor's secret art was somewhat similar to the Mahamayuri scripture. The true Qi would construct the Dharma idol of the Golden Emperor. However, the Golden Emperor's secret art was too damaged. Even with the genius martial spirit, Chu Yang could only deduce a vague metallic dragon. I have never seen a real dragon, but there is a flood dragon in the 18 flood dragon strikes. The skin, flesh, tendons, and bones are all very clearly analyzed. Moreover, the flood dragon's brutality and killing is more in line with the golden killing Qi than the true dragon. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a dragon's roar came from his body. A platinum flood dragon appeared in his Dantian Qi Sea. Qi. Chu Yang used the golden gung true Qi in the platinum flood dragon to support his sword. When he stabbed it into a blue stone, it felt like he was piercing through paper. There was almost no resistance. Sure enough, with an inner strength that supports the sword art, the power of the sword art is enhanced. It is sharper and more aggressive. Regardless of whether it was the Thousand Faces art or the Golden Emperor technique, they were all his cultivation methods and martial skills. The benefits were amazing. After practicing both of them thoroughly, Chu Yang directly rushed back to Coiling Dragon Town. Along the way, he also found time to cultivate the new martial skills he had obtained. With his current realm, he did not have to worry about biting off more than he could chew. Instead, he was worried that he did not have enough cultivation methods to broaden his horizons. The next day, at noon, Chu Yang returned to the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institution. In less than 7 days, it seemed that not only did he change a lot, but the martial arts institution also changed a lot. Compared to before Chu Yang went to Fallen Dragon City, the martial arts institution was more lively than before. Soon, Chu Yang knew the reason for this. Because of the core disciple competition, the core disciples who were rarely seen in the past had all returned to the martial arts institution to prepare to participate in the core disciple competition. Not only was the martial courtyard livelier than usual, there were also many more quails. Those arrogant inner disciples had no choice but to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves at this time. Because the core disciples had returned, they were no longer the overlords of the mountain when there were no tigers. When Chu Yang returned, many inner disciples recognized Chu Yang from afar and saluted him on the way. Now, that Chu Yang was a core disciple, his identity was different from theirs. This time, Chu Yang had not only won the championship, but he had also established his prestige in the academy. Chu Yang was not arrogant and nodded in response. Along the way, just as he was about to return home, a wild laughter suddenly came. Ji Jingsheng, I have heard your name before. I heard that you are a famous genius, but now it seems that you are just SOSO. Chapter 71. The Disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial, NST, I. Tushin. Only the Zhao clan dared to speak so arrogantly in the Coiling Dragon Town. What was going on with Ji Jingsheng? His strength wasn't weak. Chu Yang pulled an inner disciple beside him and asked, "What is going on? Why is it so noisy over there? Are the Zhao clan here to provoke our martial NST, I. Tushin?" "Senior brother Chu, you are back. That is great." Hearing the excited voice, that inner disciple was immediately in high spirits. He might be older than Chu Yang, but no one felt strange when he addressed Chu Yang as senior brother. Strength was revered, and the strong was revered. Therefore, the stronger one was the first. They are here to provoke us. This person opened his mouth and said, "Today, the Zhao family sent our martial courtyard to discuss the core disciple competition. There are several Zhao family disciples who came along with us. One of them is called Zhao Yunyang. He is the champion of the Zhao family's competition. The moment he arrived, he challenged the top 5 of our dynasty, Tushan. He defeated the other 3 senior brothers. He might not be senior brother Ji, but he is very treacherous. He actually plotted against senior brother Ji. Coiling Dragon Fruit. Coiling Dragon Secret Domain. This time's core tournament was related to this. Chuyang instantly thought of many things. He frowned slightly. The Zhao clan was probably here to provoke and suppress the martial NST, Tushan. As for the champion of the Zhao clan's clan tournament, it was similar to the Coiling Dragon martial NST, Tushan. The only difference was that the Coiling Dragon martial NST, Tushan. The Zhao clan's clan tournament was much more dangerous and bitter than the Coiling Dragon martial NST, Tushan. The Coiling Dragon martial NST, Tushan. The Zhao clan's clan tournament was held once a year. Every time, the champion would compete with the champion of the Coiling Dragon martial NST, Tushan. The difference this time was that the core disciple assessment was involved in the contest for the Coiling Dragon Secret Domain and the Coiling Dragon Fruit. The confrontation between the two seemed to have been brought forward, and the timing was very interesting. They actually came to provoke the Coiling Dragon martial NST, Tushan. This was obviously a slap in the face. It wasn't that no one in the martial NST, Tushan, could beat Zhao Yunyang like a dead dog, but they were not allowed to interfere in the contest between the younger generation core disciples. Once they interfered, not only would the Coiling Dragon martial institution appear weak, the Zhao clan would also send people to interfere. The Coiling Dragon martial institution and the Zhao clan had been fighting openly and covertly for so many years, and there was already an unspoken rule. In a fight between the same level, whoever interfered would be disgraced. Of course, the prerequisite was that Zhao Yunyang had to be able to suppress everyone from the Coiling Dragon martial NST, Tushan. If he wasn't able to do so, then it would be a waste of effort. Zhao family? Chuyang started to ridicule. He wanted to kill and seize the treasures again, but it was a pity that this was the Coiling Dragon martial institution. Furthermore, that so-called Zhao Yunyang was probably a pauper, which was a little boring. However, he was still very willing to slap the Zhao clan in the face. He pushed aside the crowd and directly entered. At the center of the field, Ji Jingsheng held a long sword in one hand while blood continuously flowed from his other hand. His complexion was somewhat unsightly. On the other side, there was a young man with a proud and complacent expression on his face. He also had a sharp sword in his hand. His cultivation was at the middle 8th level of the primitive martial realm. For a disciple of the martial courtyard, this level was not low. On the other hand, after Ji Jingsheng cultivated the sword Dao body, his cultivation had yet to recover. Despicable. Zhao Yunyang, if you didn't use the poison needle to injure senior brother Ji, how could you have one against him? Shameless. Are all the people from the Zhao clan like this? Haha, when you're fighting to the death, don't tell me you want to ask your opponent not to use concealed weapons. Zhao Yunyang sneered. His face revealed a disdainful expression. This can only be because your martial institution's so-called genius is too stupid. How can such a person be called a genius? If he was in our Zhao clan, he wouldn't be a dog fart and would already be a dead man. Despicable. Shameless. Chapter 72. Is there no one stronger in your Coiling Dragon martial institution? I heard that there is a champion this time. Why don't I see him? Could it be that he is too scared to come out? Ahaha. Zhao Yunyang laughed arrogantly. Swish! A shocking sword chi descended from the sky and cleaved toward Zhao Yunyang like a tidal wave. Zhao Yunyang was shocked. He stomped his feet and dodged the shocking sword chi. He immediately yelled, "Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? You are not looking for me." Chuyang responded and walked out from the crowd. It is senior brother Chuyang. It is senior brother Chu. It is great that he is back. Zhao Yunyang will not be arrogant anymore. You dare to sneak attack me? Zhao Yunyang said in shock and anger. That sword chi was extremely sharp and terrifying. If he was half a beat slower, he would be a dead man now. Sneak attack? Isn't that the style you were advocating? This is interesting, Chu Yang said sarcastically with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the surrounding disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution burst into laughter. It was obvious that Chu Yang was using Zhao Yunyang's words to slap his face. Weren't you being smug just now? Now, you're being humiliated by your own words. How do you feel now? Zhao Yunyang's face turned red as he shouted. Who are you? Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? Or are you deaf? But I'm not interested in repeating myself, Chu Yang said indifferently. You are Chu Yang, that little sheep. Zhao Yunyang looked at Chu Yang with an ugly expression. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to scold Chu Yang. Could he call Chu Yang a despicable person? But he was the one who injured Ji Jingsheng with a concealed weapon. This time, he had no choice but to suffer in silence. Good. I heard that you are the champion of this year's Coiling Dragon Martial Institution Grand Tournament. Do you dare to come up the stage and fight with me? Zhao Yunyang said angrily. You're too weak and boring. I'll force myself to give you a sword strike. If you can block it, you're strong. You can continue to show off. Shua. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he stomped his foot, causing a gust of wind to rise. He casually raised his hand and swung his sword, causing waves of qi to surge out, one after another. 3 waves swept out, directly submerging Zhao Yunyang. This sword move was simple and unadorned. It looked like a sword technique evolved from the wave-dispersing palm, but in fact it was not. This was just a casual swing of the sword by Chu Yang, an ordinary move. This was enough to deal with Zhao Yunyang. As soon as the sword was drawn, Chu Yang sheathed his sword and waited to watch the show. The sword qi surged like waves. Each wave was more powerful than the last. The 3 waves overlapped at the same time. It was very astonishing. In an instant, it arrived in front of Zhao Yunyang. A trace of fear flashed in Zhao Yunyang's eyes, and he hurriedly brandished a long sword qi. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The 2 sword qi collided in the air, causing a terrifying explosion. However, Chu Yang's sword qi did not disperse. Instead, it was like a hot knife through butter. It directly broke through Zhao Yunyang's sword qi and ruthlessly slashed on Zhao Yunyang's treasure sword. Bang! The sword qi wave collided with the long sword. The 3 forces overlapped and formed a huge force, causing Zhao Yunyang to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew up high and heavily landed on the ground. Silence. Complete silence. All the spectating disciples did not expect that the arrogant and despotic Zhao Yunyang could not even block one of Chu Yang's moves. Chapter 73. Sai, I'm bullying you. I shouldn't have taken action against someone like you. Forget it. Just take it as me bullying you. This is a small lesson for you, so that you won't be arrogant. Also, remember that you'd better not appear in my path in the future, or you will feel inferior. Ha! The disciples of the martial academy burst into laughter. These words were too satisfying. Chu Yang didn't feel the slightest pressure when facing an opponent of Zhao Yunyang's level. He just raised his hand and dealt with him as if he was kicking a barking dog. I really hope that the Zhao family will be enraged and send someone rich to give me a chance to kill and steal the treasure. That would be perfect. Chu Yang felt that he was hopeless. You my ass. Chu Yang stretched his waist and walked away. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, Learn to be obedient. Remember to take a detour when you see me. Do you hear me clearly, you poor bastard? Zhao Yunyang saw Chu Yang's cold eyes and suddenly felt ashamed and angry. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. I want revenge. I want revenge. Sooner or later, I will tear you into pieces to avenge today's hatred. Zhao Yunyang shouted in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Just now, Chu Yang's eyes made him feel that it was too terrifying. He was really disdainful to the extreme, as if he was a chicken or a dog that he could kill at will. Because he was sure that only he dared to make a move, Chu Yang would definitely dare to kill him, just like killing a chicken. Chu Yang is getting more and more terrifying. Yeah, he actually sent Zhao Yunyang flying with one sword. It's really terrifying. In the previous major competition, he shouldn't be so scary. It's only been a few days now. What I care about is that Chu Yang's sword just now evolved from the wave-parting palm. Damn it, why is this wave-parting palm not so powerful when I practice it? You don't even know who you are. How can this be compared? Chu Yang. Ji Jingsheng had already stopped bleeding. His gaze was incomparably complicated. He looked in the direction that Chu Yang had left in and felt that he was getting further and further away from him. He had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up. Others may not know, but how could he not know? Even if Zhao Yunyang didn't use hidden weapons, his strength was almost on par with him, and he may not necessarily win against Zhao Yunyang. However, Zhao Yunyang couldn't even block one sword strike from Chu Yang and was directly killed. It was obvious that if Chu Yang wanted to kill Zhao Yunyang, it would be effortless. Ji Jingcheng could still vividly remember his battle with Chu Yang during the academy tournament. After that battle, he gained a lot of insights. With Chu Yang's help, he cultivated a sword Dao body. Relying on the insights he had gained from that battle and his sword Dao body, he felt that he had advanced at a terrifying speed. However, compared to Chu Yang's progress, is the gap really that big? Ji Jingcheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Yang had helped him cultivate a sword Dao body, and he hoped that he would be able to return the favor one day. However, it seemed that it was impossible now. He could only look at Chu Yang's figure now. Chu Yang naturally didn't know what he was feeling. Now, Chu Yang's vision was no longer a mere Zhao clan or a mere coiling dragon martial institution. Chapter 74. Chu Yang's big brother, Chu Fei. Big brother actually came back. Chu Fei suddenly heard Chu Yang's teasing. He glanced over and said with a smile, "I heard from little Na and mother that little brother has changed a lot. I didn't believe it before, but now I have no choice but to believe it. You even dare to tease your brother like this." Chu Fei's face was a little pale. Although there was a smile on his face, there seemed to be a hint of tiredness in his voice. It seemed that it took a lot of effort to open his mouth to speak. "Of course, Brother Fei. Don't you know whose brother I am?" Suddenly, Chu Yang's voice stopped abruptly. The moment he looked at his big brother, Chu Fei, his pupils shrank. His body suddenly erupted with a tyrannical and murderous aura. It was as if a ferocious dragon had suddenly appeared, making the world seem to be silent at this moment. "Who cut off your arm?" Chu Yang looked at his big brother, Chu Fei's pale face, especially when he saw that one of his arms was empty. His eyes were incomparably cold, and his voice was as cold as ice. His aura was very shocking. Even Chu Na was frightened, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. "This is indeed my home." Chu Fei's heart warmed. No matter where he was, he would never feel such warmth. No matter what, in this home, he would never feel indifference, disdain, ridicule, or kick a man when he was down. Chu Fei was a genius, but he was knocked off his pedestal. These days, he didn't know how many times he had been ridiculed. It could be said that he had seen all kinds of people and the fickleness of the world. Chu Fei didn't want to talk too much about his own affairs and didn't want his family to worry about him. He cleverly changed the topic. "Flood Dragon, little brother, you're amazing." The essence of the Flood Dragon has been grasped incisively and vividly by you. Chu Fei was amazed. He had heard that his little brother had changed a lot and had become extremely shocking, but he never thought that it would be so amazing. The Flood Dragon's charm was so exquisite. When it was angry, it was like a mad flood dragon. It was very frightening. Just this point alone was far inferior to the elite disciples of the Five Elements sect. "Brother Fei, you have good eyes." Chu Yang was flabbergasted. At the same time, he could roughly understand his elder brother's feelings. Also, he seemed to have scared his elder sister. He restrained his anger and deliberately smiled to ease the atmosphere he had just created. "Brother Fei, let's talk about your embarrassing history. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and it's finally here today. Tell me, which brother understood my jealousy and hatred towards you so well that he took one of your chicken wings and roasted it?" "Chicken wings." Chu Fei smiled bitterly. One of his arms had turned into a chicken wing. However, he felt at ease in his heart. His little brother was much more mature than he had imagined. Just this teasing tone was probably something that he could not do in the past. You'll know when you go to the Sky Academy. The Sky Academy was one of the 6 academies in the East Continent. It was a little far away from Chuyang. The area where he was now was only a corner of the Eastern Wilderness Continent, which was very far away from the East Continent. If he wanted to go to the East Continent, he at least had to go to the 5 Elements sect first. Chuyang narrowed his eyes. The Sky Academy, right? I see. But Brother Fei, you have to tell my benefactor in person. Otherwise, how can I thank him when the time comes? Domineering and confident. Is this my younger brother, Chu Fei? Chu Fei looked at Chuyang with eyes full of admiration. Towards his younger brother who was relentlessly pursuing him, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked up into a smile. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This time, it's all thanks to younger sister-in-law. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just lost a chicken wing. I reckon that the whole chicken would have been roasted and eaten." Chapter 75. Sister-in-law. These 2 words were very important. Just as Chu Fei had expected, Chuyang's eyes suddenly bulged and almost popped out of their sockets. Chu Fei wanted to laugh and thought, "Little sheep, you think I can't control you?" Chuyang was thoroughly thunderstruck. It could be said that heavenly thunder was rolling over his head. He suddenly looked at Chu Yunlong. "Father, you actually have a child outside and even gave birth to a son. You did a good job of keeping it a secret. As long as the red flag at home doesn't fall, the red flag outside flutters." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yunlong with admiration and admiration. He expressed his overflowing reverence. "Father, you are really a role model for my generation. I am your son, so please teach me some of your secrets." Chu Yunlong's face suddenly stiffened. That stiffened expression made Chu Fei and Chu Na laugh out loud. Even their mother, Lu Yi, also laughed out loud. Huh! Suddenly, there was a huge burst of laughter in the house. It seemed that everyone was about to laugh to tears. "You little bastard." Chu Yunlong was also angered by him. He heard that he had a fiancée. Did he have to be like this? He scolded, "I only have you 2 bastard sons, and your brother only has you as a bastard younger brother. Now you know." "I don't know. I really don't know." Chuyang shook his head. "I don't know anything about the sister-in-law that Brother Fei is talking about. Don't blame it on me. Also, I am timid. Don't scare me. If I am scared, you'll have to find some courage to come back." Huh! Chuyang's appearance made Chu Fei and Chu Na laugh so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. This little sheep also had times when he was scared. It was really rare to see him like this. It was like burying one's head in the sand, deceiving oneself and others. "Little brother, I really do have a sister-in-law, and I really only have you as my younger brother." Huh! As he said that, Chu Fei couldn't help but laugh again. Chuyang put on a serious look. "Brother Fei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful, or I will sue you for slander and tarnish my reputation." Huh! This time the whole family laughed. They saw that Chuyang's face was almost pale. "I know, you must all be jealous of my good looks and are deliberately lying to me. Envy, jealousy, and hate, this is unacceptable." Chuyang started to make things difficult for Chu Yunlong. "I say, Brother Fei's father, forget about Brother Fei, but you're already past the age of seducing girls. Is it appropriate for you to be jealous of your son?" Huh! Chu Fei and the others laughed like crazy. Chu Yunlong was once again angered by him. He actually used him to make fun of him again. He immediately gave Chuyang a knock on the head and explained, "Do you still remember Uncle Shangwan who came to live with us when you were 6 years old?" Chuyang stared blankly for a moment. The image of an extremely delicate little girl appeared in his mind. She was always following behind him. Moreover, she was extremely afraid of the dark. She always had to hug him at night in order to sleep peacefully, especially on thunderous and rainy nights. Lan Lan. It was an extremely distant name. It had probably been 10 years since he had called out such a name. "Yes, it's Little Lan," Chu Yunlong said. At that time, Your uncle Shangwan said that the two of you were very suitable for husband and wife. So at that time, he arranged for the two of you to be engaged. Chu Yang sat directly on the ground. Anyway, Chu Yang was thunderstruck. He was suddenly completely bound to a woman. He didn't even know what this so-called Lan Lan looked like. Immediately, he wailed, "Father, you're definitely not my biological father. How can you cheat your own son like this? Don't be ungrateful. It's good enough that she likes you." Chu Yunlong gave Chu Yang another knock on the head. "A month ago, I sent your uncle Shangwan a letter saying that you were naughty and wanted to break off this marriage. But your uncle Shangwan didn't agree." Then, Chu Yunlong's tone became solemn. "Yang, we have to remember this favor. No matter what, we can't let Lan Lan down, understand?" Another golden hoop spell was cast on Chu Yang. Chu Yang had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, his big brother might have already been a dead man. This was the way the world was. Chu Yang could only accept it. He said honestly, "Yes, this child will remember." Chapter 76. Sky Courtyard? I'll go there. Chu Yang wasn't serious for a while. Then, he suddenly screamed again, "My life. There are so many forests in the world. There are so many demonesses, saintesses, goddesses, and fairies. I miss them all just like that. Oh heavens, why are you so cruel to me?" The whole family was speechless. Chu Yang was getting more and more ridiculous. It was as if he would die if he didn't do something funny. Chu Yunlong, Lu Yi, and Chu Nao were more or less familiar with Chu Yang, but Chu Fei was still a little stunned. He couldn't help but mutter to his parents, "Is this really that little sheep? Brother Fei, your expression makes me feel like I'm losing face." Chu Yang said as he patted Chu Fei's shoulder, "Brother Fei, don't worry. Although you're disabled, I, Brother Yang, will protect you in the future. I'll find you girls and take you show off. Come, call me Brother Yang first." Being disabled was a cruel reality that Chu Fei didn't want to face. However, at this time, when his little brother said it in a teasing tone, it didn't seem like he couldn't accept it at all. Wasn't it just being disabled? Wasn't it just losing an arm? As a man, how could this be considered a big deal? "Little brother, you've really grown up. You even came to enlighten me. Do I look so unbearable now? Do I look so dejected?" Chu Fei's mind was instantly filled with a multitude of emotions, but everything was cut off in an instant. "Little Fei, tell your brother Yang what the upper limit of your crotch is and how many girls you can handle. This way, I'll give you an accurate number of 3 times. Chu Yang extended 3 fingers in front of Chu Fei, which instantly made Chu Fei speechless. Mother and Chu Nao were both here. What nonsense was he saying? "Don't stare at me," Chu Yang said casually. "Don't be unable to accept it. I, Brother Yang, am very powerful now. You really can't do it anymore, and I, your brother goat, will be even better in the future. Maybe in a few days, I'll be able to find a chicken wing for you." When a martial artist reached a certain realm, they would be able to regrow severed limbs. This was not strange at all. They could even bring the dead back to life. Chu Yunlong looked at his son, who was not doing anything right, and felt very comforted in his heart. The brothers were harmonious, and they loved each other. Moreover, his youngest son was much more meticulous than him. Originally, it was him, the father, who should counsel his eldest son, but his youngest son had done it ahead of time. His technique was also extremely brilliant. With such a ridiculing tone and a domineering aura that did not put anything in his eyes, it seemed sloppy and did not have the slightest bit of integrity, but it was more reliable than anyone else. If others ridiculed him like this, Chu Fei would definitely be furious. However, Chu Yang's ridicule was a different matter. And after Chu Yang's ridicule, Chu Fei probably wouldn't take it seriously when others ridiculed him again. The more Chu Yunlong thought about it, the more satisfied he was with his youngest son. "Little sheep," Chu Fei had already roared. He was being ridiculed by his younger brother. "Don't roar," Chu Yang suddenly said earnestly. "Little Fei, don't be unable to accept reality. Everyone has a time when they fall. That's why life is so interesting. If you really can't accept it, look down at your crotch. It can be big or small, stretch, or shrink and adapt to everything. But when you want to fight, you can fight. If you want to do it 7 times a night, you can. You can do it for 3 days and 3 nights, 7 days and 7 nights. I won't be scared. I'm a Superman among men, a mutated man. Chu Fei was speechless. You're saying that I'm sorry for the thing in my crotch? Little sheep. Chapter 77. Go to the side. Chu Yang impatiently waved his hand at her and lectured. Your brother Yang is lecturing people. What are you doing? After a pause, he continued. Little Fei, where was I just now? Let's continue. Little sheep. Chu Fei was not angry. He just pretended to be angry. You have grown up now, come. Let me see how capable you are. Chu Yang slightly hesitated. He was a little afraid of attacking his brother's fragile spirit. His brother was only at the 9th level of the origin martial realm. It could be said that he had been crippled. Now, it was very likely that he was not Chu Yang's opponent. When the time comes, the gap would be too big. Especially before, he was still a little sheep. He was afraid that his brother's heart would be even more uncomfortable. What are you waiting for, little sheep? Hurry up and come out. Let me see your ability. Chu Fei had already walked into the courtyard. I am Chu Yang's brother. How can he be so unbearable? Is it appropriate for me to look down on him? This thought flashed. Chu Yang once again said casually, I say, little Fei, what's the hurry? The time to fight for power has already arrived. You have to hand over the power even if you don't want to. I'm just worried that when you lose too miserably, you can only hide in a corner and cry, draw circles and curse me. Bang! Chu Yunlong really couldn't bear to look at Chu Yang's indecent behavior, so he directly kicked him out. Roar! In an instant, Chu Fei made his move. The virtual shadows of 9 ferocious tigers appeared behind him. Then, he punched Chu Yang, and an astonishing airwave bombarded Chu Yang. Little Fei, you have been temporarily crippled. You don't have much strength. Don't show off. Chu Yang was like a boulder. The chi wave had no effect on him. It was cut open by his body and rolled out from both sides. With a snap, he grabbed Chu Fei's fist with one hand and did not move an inch. Peak of the 6th level of the origin martial realm, above the power of 9 tigers. Chu Fei was shocked. He hadn't used his full strength, and neither had Chu Yang. Little brother, be careful. This is the splashing wind water blade. Splashing wind water, splitting blade. This blade technique was Chu Fei's famous blade technique. It was also the martial skill he was most proficient in. Chu Fei's martial spirits were a saber martial spirit, a white tiger martial spirit, and an unknown tree martial spirit. Splashing wind, breaking water blade. The word splashing, and it was a kind of catharsis, but also a kind of berserk. Wind was swift. There was nothing it couldn't reach. Wind covered all directions. There was nowhere it couldn't reach. Breaking was a kind of fierceness. It was a kind of killing. It could cut off a person's hand, cut off a person's head, cut off a person's life. Generally, such a saber technique would have to be laid down with a saber technique in order to fully display the power of this saber technique. This was just like how everything had a cause. It would gradually become more and more intense until a conflict broke out and reached the peak of the incident. It was impossible for an incident to reach a climax without any reason. Chu Yang watched as his big brother, Chu Fei, unleashed his saber technique in an instant. There wasn't any warm-up, yet his saber technique had reached the peak in an instant. Just this move alone was enough to make Chu Yang admire him. Little Fei, big brother Yang doesn't want to criticize you, but your body really can't take it anymore. You haven't conquered a single woman, and you haven't even had a son. Just like your saber technique, it's completely useless. Don't you think you're a failure? Chu Yang's words were flowery, but his movements weren't the least bit sluggish. In an instant, he had changed 8 arms, each of them thrusting out with a sword. Great thousand-leaf hands, great perfection. Chu Fei's pupils shrank. In an instant, their arms collided like swords and sabers. In an instant, Chu Fei felt as if every blade he had thrown out had been intercepted by Chu Yang's sword. It felt as if every blade had touched the blade of his saber. He was fast, but so was Chu Yang. Furthermore, his attacks were accurate and steady. Luo Yunyang didn't feel any hope. Chapter 78. Chu Fei's saber technique suddenly changed. His hand was like a saber as he unleashed a saber technique. He didn't use any technique, but it was extremely heavy like a mountain crushing down. Heavy saber, 1 against 10. The only difference was that Chu Fei's heavy saber was so powerful that it could defeat 10 martial artists. It was completely different from the martial artists Chu Yang had met in the academy competition. In fact, it could be said that there was a world of difference between them. Chu Fei's heavy saber was domineering, unreasonable, and sharp. No technique could be used, and there was no way to dodge. Even if one tried to dodge, they would still be crushed. Little Fei, don't take advantage of your seniority. Although you are older than me, the bigger fist is the truth. When I came back earlier, everyone in the academy was calling me senior brother. Chu Yang saw everything clearly. He suddenly used the divine elephant climbing mountain from the vigorous, fragrant elephant technique and used it in conjunction with the wind-chasing life snatching sword. His arm shot out like a sword. Suddenly, the vastness of the Dharma and the difficulty of comprehending the Tao caused everything to become extremely heavy. Even the mighty divine elephant was about to be crushed. Even the earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Boom! The two collided, causing a violent gale to wreak havoc in the surroundings. The collision even created a dazzling light that completely drowned out the figures of the two. Heavy against heavy, little brother's aura is not weaker than mine. He even has the slight advantage. Chu Fei was once again shocked. He heard that this little brother of his had become enlightened and became extremely frightening. However, after experiencing it personally, he truly felt how frightening this little brother of his was. Especially when he was fighting with him, he was absent-minded and even had the mood to talk nonsense. Who had this ability? No one from the Coiling Dragon Town. No one from the Five Elements sect dared to do this to him. However, his little brother did it. Little sheep, you have an idea. This is the extreme slaughter saber. Chu Fei no longer had any scruples and unleashed all of his strength. The extreme slaughter saber, the in it was not the in and yang. In the ancient art of war of Tai Gong, the commander seal was also called the seal. Therefore, the in the extreme slaughter saber represented slaughter, destruction, and crusade. The moon was the pinnacle of slaughter. This was a saber technique that Chu Fei had chanced upon while exploring a perilous land. It was extremely astonishing. Ever since he succeeded in cultivating it, no one had been able to withstand a single slash from his grating slaughter saber, other than losing an arm in a defeat. Chu Fei slashed out with one hand like a saber. Instantly, the ground was scraped by the saber chi. In an instant, the ground became as smooth as a mirror. The void also seemed to be cut into two halves. A faint blood-red color spread out. Killing chi and killing intent surged out like an avalanche, capable of destroying the world. Just this terrifying killing intent alone would cause an ordinary person's mind to crumble in an instant. Needless to say, that terrifying saber chi was so sharp that it seemed like nothing could stop it. Even the person who had chopped off one of his arms did not dare to face his saber technique head-on. Chu Yang naturally felt the terror within. To be exact, this was the most shocking and terrifying saber strike he had ever faced in his entire life. His mind was shaken, and he was enveloped by the immense killing intent. Fear almost seized his soul. Roar! A dragon's roar came from Chu Yang's body. An extremely brutal and murderous aura erupted from his body. There were two faint Jiao dragons within the twin suns. 18 Jiao dragon strikes. Wind, chasing life, reaping sword. The Jiao dragon's brutality, indifference, nobility, and killing intent were all integrated into the wind, chasing life, reaping sword. The killing intent and killing intent were deduced to the extreme. Chapter 79. That's what I've heard. Chu Yang changed his swordsmanship halfway through. The murderous intent completely disappeared, and was replaced by compassion and compassion, as if he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. At this moment, he seemed to have become a Buddha. When he saw the demon Chu Fei slaughtering the common people, he wanted to stop Chu Fei. Fragrant elephant crossing the river, cutting the flow of the masses. Bang! When the two hands collided, it was like a sword touching the edge of a blade. There was no huge collision, only a muffled sound. It was as if the Buddha had suppressed the demon, stopped the slaughter, stopped the evil, cut off all the evil and murderous intent of the demon, and made him lay down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Silence. Incomparable silence. There was no sound at all. Chu Yang and Chu Fei were like statues carved by the heavens. They didn't move at all. Chu Fei was really stunned. He was petrified. His terrifying saber was actually broken so easily. Just now, he only felt that everything about him was cut off. True chi, physical strength, and spirit were all cut off at that moment. It was to the extent that he couldn't unleash the power and terror of that saber. His pupils trembled. He glanced at his father, mother, and little sister from the corner of his eyes. They all looked relieved. He suddenly felt a wave of guilt in his heart. He had made them worry, but this made him even more shocked. His little brother had obviously taken this into consideration, which was why he took the risk to change his move midway. How dangerous was it to change his move midway? If it was an enemy, Chu Yang wouldn't be able to defeat him and would definitely die. But just now, if Chu Yang couldn't resist and he couldn't control his strength, he would definitely have seriously injured Chu Yang. Little brother would rather be seriously injured than be injured. He had lost. He had lost completely. Compared to Chu Yang, he didn't immediately notice the worry of his parents and little sister. Chu Yang sensed it. Chu Yang changed his moves halfway, which was almost like a master giving way to his disciple. But even so, he still couldn't win in the end. Chu Fei did not feel sad. On the contrary, he was very gratified. He felt warm, and even his heart was enveloped by joy. However, he could not help but feel a huge sense of loss in his heart. Although his strength had fallen to the primordial realm, his ultimate move was actually so weak. Even if his little brother changed his move, he would still be able to block it. It seemed that he had overestimated himself in the past and thought that he was a genius. Only now did he realize that he was actually nothing. He was just a fool who thought that he was smart. Chu Fei's mood was complicated. Suddenly, he was stunned. Xiao Fei, there are many times in life like this. You have to be strong and stand up bravely. Chu Yang patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, I think you're doing well. In an instant, the great sense of loss in Chu Fei's heart completely disappeared. He was comforted again, and he was being made fun of again. He could only laugh. This little brother of his really couldn't do anything to this guy. He really was treating him like an elder and lecturing him. Haha, I finally have a day where I can stand out among my peers. The genius Xiao Fei is finally being trampled under my feet. Dad, I'm warning you. You can't be biased in the future. I'm also born of a mother. Otherwise, I'll beat Xiao Fei to death for revenge. Chu Yang suddenly laughed loudly. He did not hide his pride and arrogance. This made Chu Fei grit his teeth for no reason. He had an impulse to beat up this arrogant little brother of his. Xiao Fei, be strong. Chu Fei really did grit his teeth and roared, Little sheep, I'm the big brother. Xiao Fei, you have to admit the truth. No matter how loud you shout, it's useless. Black lines appeared on Chu Fei's forehead. He was about to violently beat up this little brother who had taken an inch and wanted a mile. But Chu Yang's finger pointed at his forehead. Suddenly, his entire body froze. Mahamayuri Sutra. 5-colored clouds, 5-colored lotus platform. Mahamayuri Sutra. How could Chu Fei not know about the Mahamayuri Sutra? The first cultivation technique he practiced was also the Mahamayuri Sutra. Even Chu Yang's Mahamayuri Sutra was taught by him. This is the origin martial third transformation. Chu Fei finally cried out. He looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. And with his roar, the three of them were almost petrified. They looked at Chu Yang as if he was a monster. Come on, It's only the origin martial third transformation. What's so strange about it? Chuyang curled his lips and said disdainfully, Xiao Fei, take your time being surprised. I, Brother Sheep, won't be accompanying you. Suddenly, he turned his head back and exhorted, also, Xiao Fei, don't forget. While you're at it, understand life. What it means to be blessed by misfortune. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are just too uncultured. With his hands behind his back, he took crab steps and completely disappeared from Chu Fei, Chu Yunlong and company's line of sight. Haha, blessing by misfortune. After a while, Chu Yang was completely relieved when he heard his elder brother's laughter. A day and a night passed. After Chu Fei obtained the cultivation technique for the origin martial third transformation, he was completely immersed in it. The next day, when the family had lunch, he was nowhere to be seen. And just as Chu Yang finished his meal and was preparing to practice his cultivation technique, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the yard. Chapter 80. Zhao Yunfei, do you have money? This was Chu Yang's first reaction. After killing and robbing twice, he really couldn't stop. The harvest was too great, and it was faster than any kind of bitter cultivation. Of course, he naturally knew that the Zhao family was here to seek revenge. Previously, Zhao Yunyang couldn't even block one of his moves. How could the Zhao family maintain their face? Especially the coiling dragon martial institution that had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Chu Yang walked out and instantly saw Zhao Yunyang staring at him with resentment. His face was still pale, and it was obvious that his internal injuries from yesterday had not completely healed. In front of Zhao Yunyang, there was a 25 or 26-year-old young man holding a sword. He had a robust body and was extremely handsome. This should be Zhao Yunyang's brother, Zhao Yunfei. Behind the two brothers, there was a group of Zhao family disciples who were valiant and high-spirited. But behind them, there were even more disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution. Seeing that Zhao Yunfei, an expert of the Zhao family, had come to challenge Chu Yang, how could they not come? As for Zhao Yunfei, all the disciples of the coiling dragon martial institution knew that he was one of the 5 core disciples of the Zhao family. He was extremely powerful and was in the mid-9th level of the origin martial realm. Chu Yang walked out with a mocking expression and said with a grin, What's wrong, Zhao Yunyang? Did you find your parents? Ha ha ha. Immediately, the spectating disciples of the coiling dragon martial NSTI, Tushin burst into laughter. The incident of Chu Yang insta-killing Zhao Yunyang yesterday had already spread throughout the martial NSTI, Tushin. They were naturally clear of Chu Yang's intention. Zhao Yunyang's face was flushed red, and his expression was even more resentful. He couldn't wait to rush over and tear Chu Yang into pieces. You what? Chu Yang lazily said, Didn't I tell you to take a detour when you see me in the future? Otherwise, you will feel inferior. Unfortunately, I'm doing it for your own good, but you don't seem to understand human language. Little sheep, don't fawn your mouth. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Zhao Yunfei impatiently said, Today, I will break one of your legs and let you know how powerful I am. Even if you want to see me, take a detour. Chu Yang's expression was relaxed. Little sheep, your brother, that so-called genius, has been crippled. No one can save you now. After saying that, Zhao Yunfei made his move. His figure leaped out in an instant, and he slashed out with his sword. The tip of his sword shot out an intense sword chi. The friction between the sword chi and the air caused a violent explosion. The strength of the middle stage of the 9th level of the origin martial realm was completely unleashed. The surrounding people all let out a low cry. This sword was extremely fast, like lightning. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly struck down from the sky. In the eyes of the crowd, the word fast was already extremely fast. The reputation of being one of the top 5 experts among the core disciples of the Zhao family was indeed not an undeserved reputation. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yunfei had already arrived in front of Chu Yang. Of course, the so-called fast was only for others. For Chu Yang, this was simply a child's play. His big brother, Chu Fei was the kind of fast that made people unable to breathe. Almost at the same time, no one could see clearly that the sword in Chu Yang's hand had already been unsheathed. The sword light covered the sky. The dazzling sword light formed a sword curtain in the air and instantly blocked in front of Zhao Yunfei. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding was heard. Zhao Yunfei was determined to defeat Chu Yang in one move. However, he suddenly felt a huge force being transmitted from the sword to him. Ding, ding, ding. He actually couldn't withstand such a terrifying force, and his body couldn't help but retreat. He retreated 8 steps before he finally stopped. At least the strength of 9 tigers. However, he is only at the peak of the 6th level of the Origin martial realm. How can he have such astonishing strength? The power that Chu Yang had just erupted was extremely astonishing, causing Zhao Yunfei's complexion to change. Ha ha ha! Chu Yang easily blocked the sword. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution suddenly burst into laughter, ridiculing him. Is the Zhao family only SOSO? Just a moment ago, he acted like he was the boss. Why is his face so ugly now? It's a pity that it's not an instant kill. That would hurt the harmony. If that's the case, wouldn't the Zhao family feel inferior and take a detour when they see our disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution? Chapter 81. Shame, Extraordinary Shame and Humiliation. Zhao Clan's Extraordinary Shame and Humiliation. Dying. Zhao Yunfei roared and rushed forward to attack again. His speed was actually much faster compared to the previous attack. The tip of the sword danced in the air, creating many sword shadows that pierced towards Chu Yang. Playing this game, Chu Yang could only chuckle. With a wave of his sword, the body of the sword emitted a sharp, whistling sound as it chopped towards those layers of sword shadows. Dang! An ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out. Layers of terrifying chi waves instantly surged out like waves, forming a strong wind that blew the hair of the surrounding people. The sword in Chu Yang's hand did not stop moving. It was as fast as a meteor and instantly arrived in front of Zhao Yunfei. Zhao Yunfei was immediately shocked and quickly raised his sword to block. Clang! Another sword sound rang out. Chu Yang's sword pierced Zhao Yunfei's sword. It looked like a simple stab, but the power was extraordinarily great. It was as if a mountain had smashed onto Zhao Yunfei's sword. The web between his thumb and index finger instantly ruptured. The sharp sword chi cut his cheek painfully. Chu Yang did not stop and stabbed again. This time, it was even more powerful than the previous one. 2 swords, 3 swords, 4 swords. Each sword was as heavy as a divine elephant trampling on a mountain. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Yunfei's long sword was unexpectedly broken into pieces. Chu Yang's sword arrived in front of Zhao Yunfei in a flash. However, he did not kill him. Chu Yang's sword swept horizontally towards Zhao Yunfei's face. It was as if the sword was swatting an elephant's trunk. Bang! Chu Yang's sword ruthlessly hit Zhao Yunfei's face. Zhao Yunfei's face immediately swelled up, and his body was immediately sent flying. Several of his big teeth were smashed, and he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Defeated. Zhao Yunfei was defeated. It was not much different from an instant kill. Chu Yang did not attack many times, but the famous Zhao Yunfei was directly sent flying by Chu Yang. Moreover, it was a slap to the face. This result was extremely shocking. The Zhao family's disciples simply didn't dare to believe that Zhao Yunfei, who they revered like a god, was actually unable to block Chu Yang's attack. Not only did he lose, he lost so miserably. Even the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were shocked. Chu Yang was too ferocious, and he had won by slapping his face. Big brother. Zhao Yunyang was the first to react and ran over. Chu Yang looked coldly at Zhao Yunyang and said, "Don't worry, he didn't die. Hurry up and take him away. Our Coiling Dragon Martial Institution isn't a place where your Zhao clan can be presumptuous. If you dare to provoke us again, it won't end so easily." Scram! Why aren't you scramming? Do you want to die? Those bastards from the Zhao family. If you don't scram, we won't be polite anymore. The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution started to jeer. The enmity between the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao family was already deep in their bones. The disciples of both sides didn't see eye to eye with each other. However, the strength of both sides were more or less the same. Therefore, neither side was willing to submit to the other. This time, it was completely different. After Zhao Yunyang was instantly killed by Chu Yang's sword, even if his elder brother came, he wouldn't be a match for Chu Yang. Everyone could see that if it wasn't for Chu Yang showing mercy, Zhao Yunfei would have been stabbed to death. The news of the battle between Chu Yang and Zhao Yunfei, ending with Zhao Yunfei's complete defeat, quickly spread throughout the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Many people didn't believe this news. Who was Chu Yang? The first reaction was that he was a little sheep. Later on, he became the champion of the intersect tournament and became a core disciple. However, he could only run amok among the intersect disciples. To the core disciples, he was just a newcomer. Chapter 82. The news quickly spread from the mouths of the spectating disciples and was verified by many parties. Everyone had no choice but to admit that Zhao Yunfei had been defeated by Chu Yang. Chu Yang's reputation finally rose in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Although Chu Yang was the champion of the inter-college competition, after Chu Yang was promoted to a core disciple and went out to temper himself, his fame gradually subsided. Being the champion of the inter-sect competition was indeed a glorious halo for the inner and outer sect disciples. However, it didn't seem to be outstanding among the core disciples. After all, the core disciples were the best among the inter-sect disciples in the previous years. Among them, there were also many champions. However, after Chu Yang defeated Zhao Yunfei, it was completely different. Chu Yang's reputation had truly risen, and his name had spread throughout the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. He was truly comparable to those super geniuses among the core disciples. In the depths of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, Chu Yunlong was frowning slightly. A purple-robed, middle-aged man was sitting above him. His aura was restrained, making him seem like an ordinary middle-aged man. However, everyone knew that this was the dean of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, Nangong Ingtian. He was the dean of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, and his words carried enormous weight. He was the dean who held the power of life and death in his hands. Brother Yunlong, I didn't expect this little sheep to be so amazing. 2 years ago, when I saw him, he was still ordinary. I didn't expect him to have changed so much. Nangong Ingtian sighed and said, according to his current strength, he could be ranked among the top core disciples of the institution. He has been enlightened. Brother Nangong shouldn't praise him like this. Chu Yunlong didn't care about Chu Yang's performance at all. What was this? How far had they gotten? His little sheep had already taken care of Chu Fei and had even reached the legendary Origin Martial Third Cycle. Chu Yunlong was afraid that if he said this indifferent brother Nangong would probably jump in fright. If the Zhao family knew about this, his little sheep would be in even more danger. Fortunately, his little sheep knew how to hide his strength. He had been enlightened. This was obviously a perfunctory reply. Nangong didn't say anything. He paused for a moment and continued. After the core disciple competition, I plan to go out with Brotherly for a period of time and look for some opportunities to break through. I hope that you can temporarily manage the martial courtyard. Isn't there a coiling dragon fruit? Doesn't the Zhao clan have any? This time, the Zhao clan should be able to obtain more coiling dragon fruits. And this was what worried Nangong the most. The coiling dragon fruits could at least increase the Chi Soul realm by 1 stage, which would completely destroy the balance between the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan. It was extremely dangerous. You know that I hate troublesome things. If I hadn't lost to Brother Li, I would be the one guarding the library now. Chu Yunlong said indifferently. Aren't you talking nonsense? But in the martial courtyard, other than you, I don't feel at ease. Nan Gonging was somewhat annoyed. Can I refuse? Chu Yinlong's face was full of bitterness and helplessness. He even looked a little shameless. Chu Yang and Chu Fei had never seen this side of Chu Yinlong before. He would only show this side of him when he was with Nan Gonging and the others. What do you think? Nan Gonging laughed mockingly. The result was obvious. Chu Clan. Little sheep, you are awesome. Adults specialize in smacking faces. Zhao Yunfei was beaten to such a state by you. I reckon he won't have the face to see anyone in the future. The Zhao clan hates you to death. Chuna clenched her fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. This little sheep had been too active recently and had become a thorn in the side of the Zhao clan. I like it when they want to kill me, but can't. Chu Yang said with a grin. Little Na, even if you don't look for them, they will come knocking on our door. Chu Fei didn't take it seriously at all. So what if you beat up a Zhao clan disciple? Only if you scare him. He won't dare to bite you. Brother, whose side are you on? Chuna was very depressed. If this is the case, little sheep will be targeted by the Zhao clan when we enter the Coiling Dragon's secret realm this time. This worry wasn't unfounded. If Chu Yang was targeted in the Coiling Dragon's secret realm, it would be very dangerous. Just as well, let's just kill them together. Chuna realized that these two brothers didn't take it seriously at all. She had wasted her good intentions. Little sheep, come with me to meet the core disciples in the courtyard. Not only this time's core tournament, we might even have to support each other after we enter the Five Elements sect. Chuna completely gave up on saving the child and brought Chu Yang to meet the people. Court tournament, Coiling Dragon's secret realm. This was Chu Yang's last test before he entered the Five Elements sect. Danger and hope walked together. Chapter 83. The threshold for entering the Five Elements sect from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution wasn't very high. One could enter at least the 7th level of the Origin Martial Realm. However, according to the standards of the Five Elements sect, the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm was an outer disciple, and the Chi Soul Realm was an inner disciple. As for those below the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm, they were all odd job disciples. As for the odd job disciples, it was simple. They were basically slave disciples with no human rights and had the lowest status in the Five Elements sect. In comparison, although the outer disciples had a lower status, they didn't have to do a series of odd jobs. They could use a certain amount of resources to cultivate and even have someone guide them. Therefore, most of the disciples from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution would choose to enter the Five Elements sect after reaching the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. In the end, no one was stupid. They didn't want to call the wind and summon the rain in their own territory. Instead, they went to the Five Elements sect to be someone else's slave. In addition, no matter which sect it was, there would be small groups. Therefore, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had to join the Five Elements sect. This was what Chuna meant by taking care of each other. Naturally, this was necessary. In addition, they had to work together in the Coiling Dragon's secret realm to deal with the Zhao family. Therefore, Chuna naturally wouldn't object to meeting Chu Yang. Besides, it was useless to resist. Chuna's delicate fists couldn't be resisted. Naturally, they had to meet the top. Generally speaking, whether it was the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution or the Zhao family's core disciples, the top experts were the pillars. They also represented the strength of each batch of core disciples. Among the core disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, there weren't many who could reach the top. There were only 3 people, Li Hao, Wang Xiaoman, and Zhang Tian. Li Hao was the strongest among them. Like Chuna, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. His strength was balanced, but he was very strong. Wang Xiaoman was the same as Chuna. She was also a beautiful woman. Her strength was slightly weaker at the late 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Zhang Tian was a young man with a stocky back and a bare waist. His strength was similar to Wang Xiaoman's at the late 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Including Chuna, there were only 4 of them. Apart from the 5 great disciples of the Zhao family who had been famous for a long time, It was said that two people had stepped into the late ninth level of the origin martial realm and entered the ranks of the top disciples. In terms of numbers, the Zhao clan had an overwhelming advantage. Most importantly, among the elite core disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, there were two women. Because of this, the Zhao family was determined to obtain the Coiling Dragon fruits. That was why they had forced their core disciples to participate in the fight for the Coiling Dragon fruits in the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm in hopes of obtaining more Coiling Dragon fruits. The reason why the Zhao clan was able to succeed was because they had infiltrated the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. The Zhao clan's infiltration of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had already reached the peak. This was also the reason why Nangong Ing suddenly left the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution to search for a breakthrough. He wanted to reorganize the entire Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, but this required strength. The current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Ba, was not any weaker than Nangong Ing. If not for Li Yu suppressing him, the situation would be even worse. When Chu Yang met with Li Hao and the others, it was clear that the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution had tacitly acknowledged Chu Yang's identity. Now that he had joined this small group, he would bear all the expectations and hopes of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Whether they could defeat the Zhao clan this time, they would have to rely on this small group. Time passed day by day. Chu Yang was constantly adjusting his state of mind. Finally, the day of the core disciple competition had arrived. On this day, the core disciples were gathered at the Martial Institution's plaza. Compared to the spacious plaza, the 100 or so core disciples seemed a little sparse. Not long after the arrival of Chu Yang and the others, the leading elders appeared in front of everyone. One tall and one short elders appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 84. This time, among the core disciples participating in the trial, the lineup is relatively weak. The short elder's words made the core disciples blush with shame. I won't say any more nonsense. The short elder became serious and said in a cold voice, "The location of this trial is somewhat different. It is in the Coiling Dragon's secret territory." What kind of place is the Coiling Dragon's secret territory? I think you should all know. There are countless people who have lost their lives in the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard. I hope that a few of you can come back this time. I will ask again, who wants to withdraw? You can withdraw now. After the short elder finished speaking, more than 40 core disciples chose to withdraw, but no one laughed at their choice. After all, this was a journey of death. Although there were many benefits in the Coiling Dragon's secret territory, the premise was that one must be able to survive. In the past, so many experts had died inside, and there was no shortage of Chi Soul experts, let alone them. This time, most of the core disciples who withdrew were below the 8th level of the primitive martial realm. Their strength was relatively weak, and it was expected that they would not be able to obtain good results, and they might even lose their lives. So, in the end, they naturally chose to give up. And among this batch of core disciples who had just been promoted, only Chu Yang and Dong Fong Bai continued to participate. Dong Fong Bai looked very spirited. Apparently, his previous injuries had almost healed. Every one of you who participates will receive a waste token to record your points in this large competition. Every time you kill an 8th level primitive martial realm demon beast, you will be rewarded with 10 points. A 9th level primitive martial realm demon beast, you will be rewarded with 50 points, and a Chi Soul level demon beast, you will be rewarded with 1,000 points. In addition, in the Coiling Dragon secret territory, there are 15 tokens placed by our martial courtyard and the Zhao family. They are respectively red, yellow, and green, corresponding to 100, 500, and 1,000 points. At this time, Elder Gao opened his mouth and explained, in addition, the heavenly treasures you find in the Coiling Dragon secret territory will be converted into points after you come out. The top 3 disciples with the total points will receive the Coiling Dragon fruit as a reward. Coiling Dragon fruit. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the core disciples. Even the core disciples didn't know that the Coiling Dragon fruit was going to be awarded. This was the result of an agreement between the martial institution and the Zhao family's upper echelons. Only Chu Yang was relatively calm because he knew the result in advance. The coiling dragon fruit was a miraculous treasure that could raise one's chi soul realm by a whole realm after eating it. Furthermore, it was said that the coiling dragon fruit could also improve one's martial spirit. If one ate it, one might even obtain a special ability. Many disciples who had already left secretly lamented that it was a pity. However, if you were defeated or killed, the points will be added to the person who defeated you. The short elder added. His tone was somewhat emotional. He didn't know how many people would die this time, but those who could come out alive would undoubtedly become the best of the best. So you must be careful. I hope that more of you can come back alive this time. Chu Yang was speechless. This rule was clearly encouraging people to kill each other. There were many ways to score points. One could hunt demonic beasts, obtain some heavenly treasures, and then there was the token. However, compared to these, how could it be faster than killing people? No matter how many points the other party earned, they could all be transferred to him in an instant. The core disciples had truly stepped into the cruel world of martial artists. Whether it was the inner disciples or outer disciples, although they didn't obtain many resources, they were relatively well protected. However, Chu Yang liked it. He could kill people and rob them, and it was perfectly justifiable. Chapter 85. Doesn't this mean that the core competition has become the Coiling Dragon Secret Territory competition? How can it be wrong? Look at our leaders, they are calm. They must have known about it a long time ago. If that's the case, it's too dangerous. The reward is proportional to the danger. If it's not dangerous, why would they give out 3 coiling dragon fruits as a reward? The coiling dragon fruits were something that even Chi Soul realm experts coveted. The core disciples of the coiling dragon martial NSTI Tushin were still in a state of exhaustion after the 2 deacons had explained the major tournament in detail. Simply put, the coiling dragon secret territory competition this time was much more dangerous than any other core competition. Not only did they have to be careful of the demonic beasts in the coiling dragon secret territory, they also had to be careful of the disciples of the Zhao family, and even some disciples of the martial institution. The human heart was unpredictable, and anything could happen. Many core disciples left one after another. After a while, there were no more changes. The 2 deacons looked at them and asked again, "Is there anyone else who wants to leave?" There was no response. "Let's go." The 2 deacons waved their hands and led the dozens of core disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution towards the entrance of the Coiling Dragon Secret Territory. Apart from Chu Yang, the rest of the core disciples were at least at the 8th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Their strength was very high, and their speed was naturally fast. In less than an hour, they had already reached the entrance of the Coiling Dragon Secret Territory. At the entrance, the space was faintly distorted, as if it wasn't stable, but the energy was dense. The demonic beasts seemed to have smelled something and gathered there. However, when the 2 deacons released their terrifying aura, the demonic beasts didn't dare to approach. Xiao xiao xiao. Almost at the same time, the people of the Zhao family arrived. They were led by 2 elders of the Zhao family. One of them had a single eye, and the other had a scar on his face. Both of them had a malicious gaze and a gloomy expression. When they arrived, they landed in front of the 2 deacons. It was like 4 waves crashing together. A violent wind blew, and 4 air vortexes were formed. Behind the 2 elders, there was also a group of elite disciples of the Zhao family. They had more people than the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, and there were 7 of them leading the group. The 7 of them stood proudly, with an overbearing aura. They were sizing up the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution with disdain. The confrontation between the 2 sides seemed to be on the verge of breaking out at any moment. Chu Yang had a general understanding of the 7 leaders of the Zhao family from the vigilance of the disciples of the Martial Arts Institute. The auras of the 3 people were extremely powerful. They were Zhao Yundian, Zhao Yunch, and Zhao Xiaoi, 2 men and 1 woman, These three people also stood at the very front. All of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the primitive martial realm, almost stepping into the Qi Soul realm. The remaining four were Zhao Yunfei, Zhao Yunyang, Zhao Honyuan, and Zhao Yang. Zhao Honyuan and Zhao Yang were clearly not Zhao family branch disciples, but they were both above the late-stage 9th level of the primitive martial realm. Each of them had unfathomable strength. Among them, Zhao Yunyang was the weakest. Therefore, the Zhao family's aura instantly overwhelmed the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution side. On the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution side, the four peak experts were Li Hao, Zhang Xiaoman, Zhang Tian, and Chu Na. As for Chu Yang, he had appeared out of nowhere. Even with the addition of Chu Yang, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. While the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were sizing up the experts of the Zhao family, the experts of the Zhao family were also sizing up the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Everyone understood that the outcome of this battle would be decided by the leaders of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Chu Yang soon enjoyed the resentful gazes of the two brothers, Zhao Yunfei and Zhao Yunyang. Since everyone is here, let's begin, the short deacon said. The four Qi Soul realm experts seemed to have a tacit understanding. They took a step forward and took the lead to enter the entrance that looked faintly unstable. Soon, the figures of the four experts completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, the first stage of the core tournament, Gravity Field, will now begin. Gravity Field. Chu Yang frowned. This Coiling Dragon Secret Realm was indeed strange. Not only him, the rest of the people were also somewhat surprised. Why are you still not coming in? Two angry voices resounded at the same time. It seemed that they were angry at the disciples of various families for not being smart enough. In an instant, the leaders of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao family took the lead and leaped out. Their figures were like lightning as they instantly entered the entrance and entered the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm. After that, many disciples promptly followed them. For a moment, it was chaotic, like a school of fish competing to cross the Dragon Gate. After entering the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, it was almost instantaneous to determine the winner. The four Qi Soul realm experts were naturally the fastest. Like a gust of wind, they disappeared into the secret realm. Chu Na and the other leaders of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao family formed the first group. Following them was a group of more than 39th level Origin Martial Realm experts. Although they were not peak experts, after all, they had already entered the 9th level Origin Martial Realm. Their speed was not slow at all. They immediately caught up. After that, it was a group of more than 108th level Origin Martial Realm disciples. However, due to the difference in strength among these people, the winner was slowly determined. Chapter 86. Aren't these people too rash? Chu Yang wasn't in a hurry. After entering the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, he felt that the first thing he should do was to familiarize himself with the environment. Therefore, because of his cleverness, he was at the bottom of the pack. Very soon, he discovered his own stupidity. The Martial Institute must have probed and confirmed that there was no danger. He was just doing something unnecessary. However, Chu Yang wasn't without gains. The Yuan Qi in the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm was extremely dense. The gravity in the so-called gravity field was indeed much stronger than outside. It was roughly 3 to 4 times stronger than outside. The gravity was extremely unstable. Sometimes, it would suddenly become extremely heavy. Sometimes, it would suddenly become extremely light. At most, it would only be half of the gravity outside. Because of the density of the Yuan Qi in the Coiling Dragon Secret Realm, the gravity suddenly changed. The density of the Yuan Qi was actually able to faintly show the changes in gravity. It seemed that the heavier the gravity, the denser the Yuan Qi. The lighter the gravity, the thinner the Yuan Qi. There's a gain. It seems that I am not completely stupid. Chu Yang finally moved. He took a step forward and covered a large distance in an instant. Then, he arrived at the place where the vital energy was the thinnest. Suddenly, he felt his body become light. It was as if he was about to float. Sure enough, Chu Yang didn't hesitate any longer and immediately chased after him. Elephantine strides were the most suitable in this kind of domain because the areas with relatively light gravity weren't connected together, and they weren't in a straight line either. Therefore, the elephantine strides with a large span became the best choice. Not only that, Chu Yang's figure was elegant and at ease. While rushing, it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. His figure flickered as if he was jumping and teleporting. Every time he flickered, he would appear 20 meters away. His speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Yang had already caught up with the last disciple who was panting like a cow. This was a disciple of the Zhao family who was at the early stage of the 8th level of the primitive martial realm. At the beginning, he was full of physical strength and true qi. He exerted all his strength and madly ran. The change in gravity didn't seem to affect him much, but slowly he couldn't, and the distance between him and the front gradually increased. Naturally, he wasn't the only one in such a situation. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan were the same. At this moment, it was clear who was stronger. Brother, is your zodiac sign a cow or a dog? Your tongue is sticking out so long and you're panting so heavily. You look like a dog and a cow at the same time. It's really confusing. Chu Yang stepped in the shape of square. He floated like a cloud and passed by this disciple's side. He even made fun of him. Your whole family is a dog. Your whole family is born in the year of the ox. This disciple was already half dead from exhaustion. After being teased like this, he was enraged and opened his mouth. Soon after, he looked at Chu Yang's figure. He was so relaxed, and incomparably confident. What was most shocking was that his face wasn't red, nor was he out of breath. He was instantly stunned. This son of a bitch, how did he do it? Chu Yang's speed became faster and faster, drifting past one person after another. Fuck, what is this thing? Why can he float? It doesn't seem like he's struggling at all. It's as if he's afraid of flying into the sky. Master, this grandson isn't cheating right. Why is he different? I'm so tired that I'm sticking out my tongue like a dog, panting like a cow, and sweating profusely. What about this grandson? I don't even see a dog's tongue or cow's lungs, let alone flowing rain and dew. I feel so unbalanced and uncomfortable. The most unbearable thing for the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan's disciples was that Chu Yang's movement technique was extremely confident. It was as though he was showing off his movement technique in front of a girl. They couldn't even recognize Chu Yang because Chu Yang's movement technique was too fleeting and fast. In just a moment, Chu Yang had already vanished in front of them. They could only see Chu Yang's back view from afar. Oh heavens, why are you so cruel? Why are people so different? Why do you have to let me see it? Someone had already started cursing. I say, brother, this is called the Sky Flash. I'm naturally more handsome than all of you. Everyone, you can start to be jealous now. If you aren't jealous, I won't have a sense of accomplishment. Chu Yang's uniqueness had already made many people depressed. Now that Chu Yang was teasing and provoking them, there were immediately people cursing in their hearts. That slut in front, don't you dare to not be so cool with your movement technique. There were more and more depressed people. As Chu Yang went all out, his speed became faster and faster. At times, he was like a cheerful little deer jumping forward. At other times, he was like a floating cloud. Be it the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution or the Zhao clan's disciples, they were all extremely unbalanced. They felt like they were being raised by a stepmother. Why was it so different? Why was he panting and sweating a little? Chapter 87. Can I study this gravitational field? If I can understand its principles and use it in martial arts, it will be very useful. Chu Yang's speed was extremely fast, and his figure was unrestrained and incomparably flirtatious. While he was strolling, he was already pondering this question in his heart. His fists were sometimes heavy, sometimes light, and would certainly make his opponent feel very uncomfortable. If he used it in sword arts, it would certainly be the same, which would make his sword arts even more unimaginable. This was only the first stage. Although he could obtain a certain amount of points, it was not very important. He would return after killing a few people. But in this coiling dragon's secret territory, he would certainly have a great conflict with the people of Zhao family. And with Zhao Meng's character, who wanted to kill him in the martial courtyard tournament. How could he let him go here? Chu Yang suddenly stopped. Without anyone noticing, he swallowed 10 bottles of accumulation spirit pills, nourishing spirit pills, and chi-generating pills, and used his genius martial spirit to observe this naturally formed domain. It was somewhat whimsical. If others found out, he would certainly be ridiculed. But how would he know if he did not try? The gravitational force of the Earth on objects near its surface was called gravity. The gravitational force of the Earth on objects was divided into gravity and centripetal force moving around the Earth's central axis. Because the centripetal force was very small, it was generally believed that gravity was the Earth's gravitational force. Did you want to ask how gravity was created? Why would there be gravity if there was mass? If Newton's gravitational force was not enough, then there was Einstein's gravitational wave. In an instant, Chu Yang's brain almost exploded. He regretted it almost immediately. However, he completely released his spiritual power. In this space, he seemed to faintly see a distorted space-time. It was like a curved link connecting something. It seemed to be a direct shortcut. It seemed to be the wormhole that he knew. This is not the coiling dragon's secret territory. Chu Yang was shocked. He immediately got rid of the speed of thinking of his previous life and tried to understand from the perspective of Qi. The flash Qi seemed to have become his eyes, and in this domain, he immediately saw masses of Qi. Oh my God, how can I see this? After that, Chu Yang came to a sudden understanding. This was a warped space that was weak and unstable. It was like a peerless beauty that had a problem in her head and would occasionally become abnormal. When she was not normal, she would take off her clothes. Chu Yang naturally saw everything. But it had to be said that Chu Yang was very lucky. Women with abnormal brains might not necessarily strip naked. Damn, I could still have such a good thing? Looks like my luck with women is going to explode. The mysteries of heaven and earth were revealed in front of him by this woman without any concealment. Chu Yang almost cried out in his heart. He had unintentionally stumbled upon such a great fortune. The coiling dragon's secret realm and the coiling dragon fruit were nothing compared to this. He immediately immersed himself in his observation and soon discovered a pattern. Within this domain, there were many spherical air masses, which were the elements that affected gravity. They were either very round, very flat, and seemed to be all kinds of ellipses. There were all kinds of circles that were not extremely distorted, and they were all over this domain. With Chu Yang's current realm and his genius martial spirit, this was the limit of what he could see. He tried to use his true chi to simulate the air masses he saw. All kinds of ellipses and distorted circles. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared beside Chu Yang. The extremely rich primordial energy in this space gathered towards him and shrouded him. He had successfully simulated the mass of energy. Boom! Following the change of the air masses in his body, the true chi that had gathered was instantly dispersed. It was as if the surrounding area had become a vacuum. After such an extreme change, the true chi's change was not as violent. The true chi that had gathered was sometimes dense and sometimes thin, just like the distribution of true chi in this domain. Bang! Chu Yang swung his hand like an elephant's trunk and stretched his palm forward. A huge suction force suddenly erupted from his palm and sucked in all the true chi around him. A whirlpool was formed in the center of his palm. The center of the whirlpool was pitch black, like a black hole. Unfortunately, Chu Yang only stretched out his hand toward the air. If there was something in front of him, it would probably be sucked into his hand in an instant. This was the suction force. Boom! Chu Yang suddenly pressed his hand forward. The scene suddenly changed. A wave of chi rushed out and formed ripples in the void. It was like a huge wave rushing into the distance. This was the repulsion force. Chapter 88. Chu Yang was soon no longer affected by the gravity of this domain as he comprehended the simulated air mass within his body. He floated up. All of this was extremely wondrous. It was as though he was a man who had tasted the pleasure of a man and a woman for the first time. Chu Yang was completely immersed in it. He wanted to take another step forward, but there seemed to be no door to heaven and no path to earth. It was all in vain. This thing is profound. Once you understand it, you'll understand it in an instant. If you don't understand it, it's useless no matter how much time you waste. Chu Yang knew he had reached his limit. It was impossible for him to take another step forward. If he didn't understand the first step, then he didn't understand it at all, no matter how much he studied it. It would be useless unless his realm increased, and he could thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. This grandson, is he trying to make fun of us? Not long after, the people Chu Yang had overtaken had caught up. They couldn't help but be angry when they saw Chu Yang. He was actually waiting for them here. It was simply infuriating. Bastard, I'm tired as a dog, but he still wants to make fun of us. Damn grandson. I admit I'm your grandson, okay? Quickly disappear from our sight. If you're so capable, then go ahead and overtake the people in front. What kind of ability is showing off in front of us, small fries? Embarrassing. The people who caught up were as tired as dogs. At this time, they couldn't help but curse. Chu Yang was too much of a bully. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't explain. Besides, he had to admit that he did have such a wicked sense of humor. He immediately laughed and said, "Little ones, the big fish and shrimps in front, the great king will definitely tease you. I'm not worried about you guys. I'm afraid you'll feel too inferior and commit suicide. That's why I'm sparing no effort to supervise you guys. All of you, remember this for the great king. Life is cruel, but little ones, you must be strong and stand up bravely. Fuck your grandpa. Hashtag yin, hashtag yin." The group of people cursed in their hearts at almost the same time. If it weren't for the fear of being taught a lesson by this grandson, they would have cursed Chu Yang back to his mother's womb. They wouldn't just curse in their hearts. Also, little ones, why aren't you kneeling down and greeting the great king? Hashtag yin, hashtag yin. This group of people had the heart to kill, but soon after, all of them were stunned. Chu Yang was like a god, actually floating up, slowly rising into the air, shocking them to the point that their eyeballs were about to fall out. Shwa! In an instant, Chu Yang disappeared before their eyes, as if he was flying. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared without a trace. Fuck, this is real. This grandson can actually fly. Is he at the Chi Soul realm? Impossible, I know this grandson. He is the little sheep of the coiling dragon martial institution. Even if he explodes, he is definitely only at the peak 6th level of the primitive martial realm. What the hell? Am I here to see a ghost in this damn place? In an instant, this group of people who were left behind received a huge blow. They simply didn't want to live anymore, especially when they recognized Chu Yang. They felt even more uncomfortable. They were also little sheep, so what couldn't they become like Chu Yang? Moreover, they wanted to fly too much now. They were already dog-tired. Suddenly, there was a burst of wailing and howling, and a burst of angry curses. Unfortunately, it was useless. Chu Yang couldn't hear half a word. In an instant, Chu Yang had completely surpassed the 3rd and 4th groups of 8th level primitive martial realm martial artists. His speed was getting faster and faster, leaving the dust behind. Not long after, he saw the 2nd group of 9th level primitive martial realm martial artists. When the people of the 2nd group were rushing madly, trying to catch up with the 1st group, they suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind, causing them to feel a chill. However, when they saw that this gust of wind was actually a person who had directly surpassed them at an astonishing speed, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 89. The 2nd group of people didn't have time to react. Chu Yang's figure had completely disappeared from their line of sight. It seemed as if time had stopped at that place. Almost everyone was petrified. His speed could actually reach such an extent in such a gravitational field. These people were the elites of the elites from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan. Every one of them had cultivated a decent movement technique, and some of them had even trained their movement technique to the perfection stage. However, it was impossible for them to have such a terrifying speed. Even a first group of people in front of them didn't have such a speed. This speed was enough to scare people to death. Furthermore, it was extremely carefree. Even a Chi Soul Realm expert wouldn't be as casual and free as that person just now. At this moment, Chu Yang had already seen the first group in front of him. The origin Chi here was even denser, and it was as if a thick fog was lingering in the surroundings. He couldn't even see 3 meters in front of him, but there was an entrance in front of him. The entrance was dazzling and extended his line of sight. Chu Yang saw the situation of the first group. At the very front were the Zhao clans Zhao Yundian and Zhao Yunch. Behind them were the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's Li Hao, Zhang Tian, and Chu Yang's violent elder sister, Chu Na. At the very back were the Zhao clan's disciples, the 2 brothers Zhao Yinyang and Zhao Yunfei, who had challenged Chu Yang before. The 2 of them were a little too far behind, and their movements weren't smooth. It was obvious that after they were injured by Chu Yang, their injuries hadn't completely healed, and this affected them greatly. Zhao Yunfei suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He felt it was strange, and when he turned around, he was immediately shocked. "It's actually you, Chu Yang." Previously, he had been paying attention to Chu Yang. However, at the beginning, he realized that Chu Yang was thinking himself to be smart and observing the situation around him. He couldn't help but ridicule him in his heart. It would have been fine if they were somewhere else, but there were 4 Chi Soul Realm experts leading the way. It would be foolish of them to worry about such things. Thus, after Zhao Yunfei sneered, he no longer put Chu Yang in his heart. Chu Yang would definitely fall behind this time, and it would be impossible for him to make up for his stupidity. However, he absolutely didn't expect that he would actually see Chu Yang as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Yang was actually able to bridge such a large gap and catch up. How is this possible? If his movement technique is so astonishing, who could compare to him? Seeing Chu Yang getting closer and closer, the Zhao brothers were immediately greatly shocked, setting off perilous waves. The 2 brothers' impression of Chu Yang was too deep and unforgettable. Chu Yang's swordsmanship was too terrifying. Without using his full strength, he beat them like dogs. Among the younger generation, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Yang. However, they absolutely didn't expect Chu Yang's movement technique to be so terrifying, completely scaring them. This was because their movement techniques were definitely not bad. A movement technique of the high level of the origin martial realm had already been trained to the peak of perfection. It was even on the verge of perfection. If they hadn't been injured before, they definitely wouldn't have fallen so far behind. They would have been able to keep up with the people in front. However, what kind of speed did Chu Yang have? He was actually getting closer and closer. His movement technique was definitely superior to his own. It might even be a movement technique of the Chi Soul realm, and Chu Yang had clearly trained it to an extremely profound level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to display such power. What level has this bastard reached? Why is he so terrifying? A gust of wind blew past while the 2 brothers were still in a trance. Chu Yang had already overtaken the 2 of them. They could only see a tall and imposing figure in front of them. Chu Yang's figure was chasing after them and was madly dashing towards the people in front of them. Chapter 90. Boom! Chu Na, who had fallen behind Zhao Yundian and Zhao Yunch, suddenly sped up. Her speed was at least twice as fast as before, and she actually took the lead in before Zhao Yundian and Zhao Yunch, disappearing from the entrance. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Yundian, Zhao Yunch, Li Hao, and Zhang Tian also disappeared. On the other side of the entrance, The four Chi Soul Realm experts from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan were already waiting for them. They were waiting for the arrival of many disciples. From their faces, it was impossible to tell who had won the competition. Seeing that Chu Na was the first to arrive, the two deacons couldn't help but smile proudly. On the other hand, the two elders from the Zhao clan looked even more sinister. After that, the leaders of the two clans continued to enter. Only Wang Xiaoman and Zhao Xiaoyi were left behind as they had yet to enter. The two girls were running side by side. Just as they were about to rush in, a figure like a bolt of lightning overtook the two girls and passed through first. "It's actually you. How is this possible? Little brother, it's you. This is great." "Chu Yang, it's actually Chu Yang." Not only were the four Chi Soul Realm experts surprised, everyone was extremely surprised. They couldn't help but exclaim, especially the Zhao clan. They were the most shocked. It wasn't that the Zhao clan didn't notice Chu Yang, but that they had been paying attention to Chu Yang. Zhao Yunfei and his brother were both crushed by Chu Yang. This had already aroused their great interest. They knew that Chu Yang was extremely extraordinary. However, Chu Yang had already fallen far behind. But they didn't expect that he would actually catch up in the end, especially when Chu Yang didn't seem to be exhausted at all. There wasn't even a single drop of sweat on his body. This made the Zhao clan disciples even more shocked as their expressions turned grave. "How'd he do it?" In an instant, the two elders from the Zhao clan, Zhao Yundian and Zhao Yunj, were all sizing up Chu Yang. Their eyes emitted a dangerous glow. Chu Na rolled her eyes. She had pretended to be pleasantly surprised just now, but Chu Yang was still noticed by the people of the Zhao clan. "You damned little sheep. If you're lagging behind, then just stay behind. Why are you being such a jerk for your sister?" Chu Na hated him to death, especially when she saw that Chu Yang looked so refreshed, as if he had not used up the slightest bit of energy. He had already exposed his strength without a doubt, making her really want to go up and beat Chu Yang up. However, this was only a matter of a short moment. Be it the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution or the Zhao clan's disciples, all of them had started to meditate to recover their qi. After flying all the way here, their qi had been greatly depleted. This was also the reason why Chu Yang shocked the Zhao clan the most. TSK. Chu Yang didn't care. "I'm just strong. I'll let you see enough. So what if you know that I'm strong? I'm just being kind and giving you a warning. If you still dare to provoke me, I'll kill you and rob you. I have ample reasons. I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door in the middle of the night." The tall and short deacons were already sighing in their hearts. They already knew from Nangong Ing and Liu that this little sheep was extraordinary. They were even specially instructed to pay more attention to this little sheep. Originally, they thought that this little sheep was going to hide his strength and were very satisfied. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Especially when they saw Chu Yang's disdainful expression towards the Zhao clan. The two deacons knew that this little sheep was going to be heavily taken care of by the Zhao clan. Chapter 91. Whether it was the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution or the Zhao family, they were all adjusting their breathing and recovering their qi. Chu Yang was even more eye-catching. Along the way, Chu Yang's true qi was consumed, but the true qi in his body, even if it was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Origin Martial Realm, was many times more vigorous than an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm. Not to mention other things, such as refining and meridians widening. Just the 3rd revolution of the Origin Martial Realm was enough to leave the peak 9th level of the Origin Martial Realm in the dust. The two elders of the Zhao family looked even more sinister, but Chu Yang wasn't afraid of them. This was what he wanted. Shoo! 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 The disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao family arrived one after another. Roughly 1 hour later, all the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan had arrived. Most of them didn't even have time to rest and recover their qi before the 4 Chi Soul Realm experts announced the official opening of the Coiling Dragon Mystic Domain. At this moment, many of them came to their senses and realized that the gravitational field wasn't the Coiling Dragon's secret territory. They were only at the entrance of the Coiling Dragon's secret territory. The two deacons of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the two elders of the Zhao family started to form seals. The seals were extremely complicated. Even though they were in the Chi Soul realm, the four of them were instantly flushed and sweating profusely. It was obvious that they had a strong repulsion force. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, there was a huge rumbling sound. Suddenly, it was as if two doors were slowly opening. Behind the doors was a dazzling light that couldn't be seen clearly. Is the Coiling Dragon's secret territory inside? In a dimension like the Coiling Dragon's secret territory, the world inside was sealed. This kind of small dimension could only be connected to the main world and wouldn't be annihilated by the spatial turbulence if it was attached to the main world. The door of the Coiling Dragon's secret territory is now open, and the large competition has officially begun. Let me emphasize to you that once you enter the Coiling Dragon's secret territory, your life and death will be determined by fate. Is it too late to regret now? The two deacons emphasized the dangers of the Coiling Dragon's secret territory once again. On the other side, the Zhao family didn't. They just looked at the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution with ridicule. I withdraw. I quit. In an instant, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution still had close to 10 people withdraw under the disdainful eyes of the Zhao clan. This made the Zhao clan even more contemptuous. The two deacons were somewhat ashamed and angry, but they could understand the choice of the martial courtyard disciples. After all, it was a matter of life and death. But because of this, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution's elite disciples were inferior to the Zhao clan. Now that their numbers were inferior to the Zhao clan, they were even weaker. Everyone else, remember this. The Coiling Dragon Mystery Realm will close in a month's time, and the spatial tunnel will disappear completely. So, remember, you only have a month's time inside. The two deacons patiently reminded him again and again. In this 1 month, you must go to the Coiling Dragon Mountain in the southeast of the Coiling Dragon secret territory and fight for the Coiling Dragon fruit there. After that, the young experts of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan all used their movement techniques and entered the Coiling Dragon mystic domain. Chu Yang's movements were extremely fast. He took a step forward and immediately felt an obvious distortion in the space. Soon after, he appeared in the Coiling Dragon mystic domain. In an instant, a burst of heaven and earth yuan chi rushed towards him. It was actually twice as rich as outside. If one were to cultivate here, it would definitely be half the result with twice the effort. Moreover, the exhausted true chi of the disciples of the two clans could be quickly recovered in such an environment. Rumor has it that many powerful sects would set up their important places in these small worlds. Sure enough, there is a reason for this. Chu Yang knew about this because he had read about it in the library of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Powerful sects would definitely have their own small worlds and would place their main inheritances in these small worlds. In a sealed small world, it would have a very good protective effect. It would be difficult for outsiders to pry into it. They could even use the small world to defend and avoid enemies. Moreover, the small world was rich in yuan qi and resources, which made it more suitable for cultivation. At this moment, Chu Yang felt that his body was ready to condense the seventh Wisdom King, celestial body, and break through to the seventh level of the incipient martial realm. Chapter 92. Chu Yang immediately tried to break through to the seventh level of the primitive martial realm. He could forcefully break through, but he was still a bit lacking. He did not want to leave any flaws in his perfect martial path, so he did not choose to break through immediately. Instead, he began to familiarize himself with the situation in the Coiling Dragon secret realm and headed towards the depths of the Coiling Dragon secret realm. The curtain of night gradually fell, and two crescent moons hung in the night sky. The moonlight poured down, passing through the dense leaves and projecting onto the ground full of fallen leaves, forming spots of light, making this untouched primitive forest have a trace of light. But the surroundings were still incomparably dark. From the depths of the forest came the low roar of demon beasts from time to time, adding a trace of life to this dark forest, but it made people nervous. A moonless and windy night, this was the time to kill. Chu Yang had already wandered around the coiling dragon's secret realm for a long time, but he still had not met anyone from the Zhao family. But he had gained a lot, completely incomparable to the last trip to the coiling dragon mountain range. Night was the time of demon beasts. Chu Yang was cautious and did not move at night. After all, there was no lack of Chi Soul realm demon beasts in the coiling dragon's secret realm, and even more terrifying demon beasts. Rustle, rustle. A gust of wind blew. Rustling sounds came from all directions. At this time, Chu Yang smelled a trace of blood in the wind. Instantly, his whole body tensed up. Shwa! He flew into an open space, stepping on a thick layer of fallen leaves, vigilant of the surroundings. Jia jia. It seemed like something in the darkness knew that it had been discovered, so it let out a strange cry that sounded like a human, but also not like a human. Immediately, Chu Yang saw a pair of extremely oily green eyes in the darkness. It was not a wolf. This demon beast looked like a monkey in the darkness. Its body was faintly more than 1 zhang tall. Man-eating monkey. Chu Yang's pupils shrank. The intelligence of a man-eating monkey was definitely not inferior to a human. It was exceptionally intelligent, since this man-eating monkey had silently approached. If not for the trace of blood in the wind, Chu Yang was afraid that he would not have discovered it. Not only that, the man-eating monkey knew how to use tools. It was extremely good at finding divine iron and black gold. It could even forge its own weapons. This so-called man-eating monkey, you could completely see it as a savage. As for why they were called man-eating monkeys, it was because they loved to eat human brains. Therefore, it liked to hunt and kill people the most. Moreover, after it had surrounded and hunted people, it would first tease them before killing them. Jia jia. At this moment, the man-eating monkey came out of the darkness with a strange smile. Under the moonlight, Chu Yang saw clearly. The man-eating monkey had blood-red hair, like steel thorns. It held an unsharpened broadsword in its hand, and a pair of scarlet eyes were looking at Chu Yang playfully, like a cat looking at Chu Yang, the mouse. Its other hand was holding a corpse. It hadn't been dead for long, and there was still blood flowing out of its body. Disciples of the martial courtyard. Chu Yang's killing intent suddenly rose, and he seemed to feel Chu Yang's anger. Crack. The man-eating monkey broke the neck of the corpse, twisted it a few times, and directly twisted the head off. The monkey's claws were as sharp as knives. It skillfully opened the skull and tasted the human brain bit by bit, revealing an incomparably intoxicated expression. Chapter 93. Man-Eating Monkey, a 9th-rank origin martial realm monster. Its whole body was as if it was forged from steel, invulnerable to swords and spears. Chu Yang's killing intent suddenly blazed. He assessed that killing this man-eating monkey was very troublesome and even dangerous, but it should not be impossible. Xiao! The man-eating monkey threw the head in its hand towards Chu Yang and made a strange sound, meaning that he wanted to taste the taste of the human brain. This monkey's intelligence was definitely not worse than a human's. Ha! Chu Yang caught the head and his hands were instantly covered with blood. He closed the man's eyes and coldly said, "Bastard, you're dead." Jia jia. The man-eating monkey's claws suddenly pinched the corpse's broken neck. In an instant, the blood and essence of the corpse were crazily devoured. In an instant, the corpse shriveled up like an air-dried corpse. It can still devour. This must be a mutated man-eating monkey. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. His evaluation of this ferocious monkey instantly jumped up a few levels. If this ferocious monkey was mutated, then its intelligence would be much higher than that of an ordinary person. Perhaps its strength would be difficult to measure. Dong! Suddenly, the man-eating monkey's 4 limbs were on the ground. The red hair on its neck stood up. Its face was ferocious, and its mouth was filled with steel teeth. With a swoosh, it jumped up as fast as lightning. Its sharp claws grabbed the unsharpened broadsword and chopped towards Chu Yang. It was truly ferocious and shocking. Shua! Chu Yang took a step with the great thousand-leaf steps. The monkey's blade missed. Its small, blood-red eyes saw the great thousand-leaf steps and suddenly burst out with light. Immediately, it stopped. Its two monkey legs actually imitated Chu Yang's great thousand-leaf steps. It actually took a fancy to Chu Yang's great thousand-leaf steps. What was even more amazing was that this monkey, after a few tries, its two monkey legs actually changed into shadows. It actually mastered it. Chu Yang's heart was greatly shocked. This monkey was simply heaven-defying. Guowa! The ferocious monkey let out a strange cry. The expression on his face was extremely playful. Soon after, he grinned fiendishly. The monkey arm suddenly exerted force, the big knife whistling as it chopped down once again. This strike was a heavy strike, heavy and fast. Chu Yang had previously fought with his big brother, Chu Fei, and felt the power of this gravity. When this fierce monkey used it, the power was even more shocking. After all, Big Brother would not hold back when he attacked, but this fierce monkey was different. The large saber slashed down, stirring up a strong wind that blew up all the fallen leaves on the ground. They danced in the air, forming a withered yellow dragon. Some of the fallen leaves even shattered. This attack almost had the power of a Chi Soul expert. Pa! The wind was as sharp as a knife. Chu Yang's headband was cut apart, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He had no room to dodge. Pa pa pa! In an instant, Chu Yang formed 8 arms. Soon after, 2 crisp sounds were heard. The 9th arm and the 10th arm were also thrown out. Recently, he rarely practiced the great thousand-leaf hands, but at this moment he used it again. It actually stepped into the realm of perfection from the peak of perfection. Great thousand-leaf hands, 10 hands dancing in unison. Pa, pa, pa. Crisp sounds rang out incessantly. Suddenly, the large saber was like a tree deeply rooted in the ground. It was swaying from the slab, as if its roots were about to be pulled out from the ground. However, Chu Yang only felt his palm go numb and abnormally cold. It was as if he had lost all feeling from the cold. Chapter 94. The momentum of the saber only decreased slightly before it exploded again, emitting an earth-shattering aura. Its speed increased slightly as it charged towards Chu Yang. If this saber landed on his body, even Chu Yang would probably be split in half. Boom! The 10 arms exploded, transforming into 100 leaves. Like moths to a flame, they bombarded the saber, causing a series of explosions. Shua! Chu Yang dodged to the side with the help of the great thousand-leaf hands. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard behind him. A towering ancient tree that was hundreds of years old was chopped in half and fell to the ground with a loud crash. The 100 leaves of the great thousand-leaf hand were just as Chu Yang had expected. They couldn't block this saber at all. This savage monkey is actually so shocking. Chu Yang was shocked. The joy in the savage monkey's eyes became even more dazzling. It was obviously very fond of the great thousand-leaf hands. With a roar, the saber slashed towards Chu Yang again, as if it wanted to force Chu Yang's great thousand-leaf hands out completely. At this moment, Chu Yang seemed to finally understand why the man-eating monkey would play like a cat playing with a mouse after catching a human. It was obvious that they were learning the martial arts of humans. What an arrogant, savage monkey. Do you really think I'm made of mud? Ho! 3 elephant phantoms appeared behind Chu Yang, erupting with the power of 3 elephants. Like an elephant fetching water, his hand swung out like an elephant's trunk, grabbing the saber with a snap. He then pulled the saber fiercely and charged towards the savage monkey in an instant. Gee, the power of 3 elephants. The savage monkey cried out. It was obviously shocked and immediately threw away the saber in its hand to meet Chu Yang. 1 man and 1 beast met in midair. The savage monkey was more than 10 feet tall and looked down majestically. In comparison, Chu Yang was pitifully small. The savage monkey's arms suddenly grew out, and two sharp claws grabbed at his head, emitting a sharp whistle. It's the same technique as the Thousand Faces technique. Chu Yang was shocked. He also used a similar technique. Amidst the cracking sounds, his body suddenly lowered, causing the sharp claws to grab empty air. However, it missed by just a hair. At the same time, Chu Yang used the second technique of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. 50 arms swapped out and landed on the ferocious monkey's chest, creating a series of explosive sounds. This ferocious monkey's body was as hard as steel. It took the full brunt of his Great Thousand Leaf Hands and the 500 leaf attacks without suffering a single injury. It roared angrily and clawed at his head again. Its sharp nails cut through the air with a chi-chi sound. Chu Yang hurriedly retracted his head again, only to see the 5 claws flick lightly, narrowly grazing his forehead. The air current was like a knife, piercing through his skin and leaving 5 bloody scars. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his skull would have been split into 5 or 6 pieces. One man and one beast crossed each other in midair. Chu Yang landed on the ground and turned around like a whirlwind. His feet landed on the ground, and his true energy exploded, producing a pong-pong-pong sound. The ground was blasted open with a half-foot-deep pit. His aura rose to the peak in an instant. True energy surged above his head. His body was like a flying sword, leaping dozens of feet away. His body emitted a dragon's roar, and 50 arms appeared. Each arm was like the claws of a flood dragon. In an instant, the Great Thousand Leaf Hands, the deadly wind-chasing sword, and the 18 flood dragon strikes merged into one. Like a sword, a flood dragon, and a Buddha, he blasted out in an attempt to release this ferocious monkey. The power of the 3 elephants also completely erupted. Boom! A strong wind broke through his body, setting off a violent gale. His might overflowed into the sky. Every arm cut through the air, light and heavy. His comprehension of the gravity field was also integrated into it. The power of the martial arts combined into one increased by an unknown amount. Roar! Chapter 95. Strong winds blew in all directions, and the ground was lifted up by the aftermath of the fight, causing dead leaves to swirl in the air. This fierce monkey's strength is so great, and his perception is so shocking. Chu Yang was shocked in his heart. The power of 3 elephants was absolutely terrifying in the origin martial realm, but this fierce monkey not only immediately learned the second type of his Great Thousand Leaf Hands, but its strength was absolutely not below the power of 3 elephants. It was actually able to contend with him. He forcefully suppressed his shock and threw out another punch. The power of this punch was even stronger than the previous one. In addition to the previous 3 techniques, he had also mixed in some of the profound meanings of the Golden Emperor technique, Thousand Faces technique, and Fragrant Elephant Vigorous technique. With a whoosh, the surrounding air was sucked clean, forming a vacuum force field. The fierce monkey was finally forced back a step. It was so angry that it pounded its chest and roared. Its figure moved as fast as lightning, and its sharp claws stabbed towards Chu Yang's head. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it could advance and retreat, leaving behind afterimages around Chu Yang. At first glance, it looked like 8 or 9 fierce monkeys were attacking him. Chu Yang's feet were nailed to the ground. No matter where the fierce monkey pounced, he could only force it back with brute force, but he was still unable to kill it. Boom! This is what I hear. In the midst of the fierce battle, Chu Yang's body suddenly erupted with a great amount of true qi. A Buddhist chant resounded. At this moment, he finally broke through to the peak of the 7th level of the origin martial realm. The 7th wisdom king Dharma idol condensed in his body, and it was still rapidly increasing. Early 7th level of the origin martial realm. Middle 7th level of the origin martial realm. Late 7th level of the origin martial realm. Peak 7th level of the origin martial realm. At this moment, his true chi skyrocketed, and his strength also rose. A faint image of a divine elephant appeared behind him, but in the end, it collapsed. He had actually increased the power of half an elephant. Chu Yang let out a long howl. Bastard, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Boom! Waves of energy surged. With Chu Yang as the center, 3 energy fields formed. At this moment, it was as if he had manifested his past life, present life, and future life. 2 phantoms appeared, standing side by side with him. Chu Yang had finally used the 3rd revolution of the origin martial skill, triple eruption. Chu Yang let out a long howl and attacked again. His speed suddenly increased by 3 times, and the strength of his hands also increased by 3 times. The ferocious monkey realized that something was wrong. It screamed and wanted to escape, but how could it be faster than Chu Yang? It turned around and threw a punch at Chu Yang. With a cracking sound, the bones in its arm were instantly shattered. A huge force bombarded its body, causing its face to change color. Its eyes were filled with panic. Bang! The ferocious monkey's entire arm exploded. Blood, flesh, and broken bones swirled in the air. Its body was like a piece of porcelain that was covered with terrifying cracks. However, the most shocking thing was that it actually did not directly explode. It could be seen just how terrifying its body was. At this moment, there was only fear and shock in its scarlet eyes. It no longer had its original ferocious nature. It was almost scared out of its wits by Chu Yang. It never thought that Chu Yang would be so terrifying to be able to explode with the power of 9 elephants in an instant. Poor bastard, wasting my energy. Chu Yang searched its body, but did not find anything. He only threw the unsharpened blade into his storage ring. Such an action caused the ferocious monkey's eyes to widen. It was actually looked down upon. What are you staring at? Chu Yang twisted its head and sent it flying with a kick. It rolled on the ground for a few rounds. Surprisingly, this ferocious monkey hadn't died yet. Its pair of scarlet eyes were filled with resentment. Chu Yang was very surprised. Soon after, he sneered, "That's fine. Don't you like eating human brains? I'll dig your brain out and see if you die or not." Pa! Chapter 96. What? This vicious monkey actually has such an ability. It wants to obliterate my soul and take over my body? Chu Yang was greatly shocked. He never thought that this vicious beast would actually have such a divine ability. This was definitely not as simple as a mutated man-eating monkey. Jia. In his consciousness, the ferocious monkey's strange laughter was heard. Chu Yang's shock obviously made it very happy. But suddenly, the strange laughter stopped abruptly. At this moment, in Chu Yang's consciousness, a golden monkey suddenly saw Chu Yang's destiny twin martial spirit and immediately kowtowed. Its eyes were filled with fear, as if it had provoked a supreme existence. Chu Yang was once again shocked. This kind of vicious monkey actually had times when it was afraid. This monkey knows its wrongs. Please spare this monkey's life. This monkey will definitely not dare to be impudent again. This golden monkey actually immediately begged Chu Yang for mercy. Its appearance made Chu Yang have a further understanding of the extraordinariness of his destiny twin. Spare you? What's the reason? Chu Yang coldly said, "You seem to be completely useless. Not only are you a pauper, you are also a piece of trash." Pauper. This vicious monkey seemed to immediately know Chu Yang's nature and promptly said, "I can refine tools, arrange formations, and even practice martial arts on behalf of Master. There is nothing I can't do." TCH. Chu Yang disdained. "You can refine tools, but I can't. You can arrange formations, but I can't. Do I need you to practice martial arts?" With the genius martial spirit, he could refine pills, refine tools, and learn formations. Chu Yang felt that as long as he was willing to learn, how difficult could it be? As for practicing martial arts, a monkey like him could be compared to a genius martial spirit. Although Master is a heaven-warping martial artist and omnipotent, There are some small matters that this monkey can do on behalf of Master, so that he won't be distracted. Chu Yang was actually tempted, especially when they fought. This monkey was actually able to learn the second technique of the Great Thousand Leaf Hands. This was too shocking. You're just a piece of trash. Staying in my consciousness is what distracts me the most. Master, I can become Master's martial spirit and sign a soul contract with it. Master won't have to worry about this monkey offending you. Martial spirit. Chu Yang was shocked. How could this be possible? His astonishment immediately calmed the monkey's anxious heart down. Master, this little trash does indeed have such a small use. Master, you are a heavenly martial artist and omnipotent. Please leave this little trash with his lowly life. With one more martial spirit, Chu Yang would have 5 martial spirits. The more martial spirits he had, the more benefits he would receive. If my guess is correct, the Flood Dragon martial spirit was formed by the medicinal effect of the coiling dragon fruit in the Azure Dragon pill, and then Chu Yang's heart was immediately aroused, but he was still disdainful. Little trash, this is not bad. At least you are still somewhat useful. Show me. Yes, Master is omnipotent. In his consciousness, a mark flew out from the golden monkey and entered the depths of Chu Yang's consciousness. Immediately, Chu Yang felt that he could control the life and death of this ferocious monkey at any time. The golden monkey was like a goldfish that he was raising in a water tank. It was a very strange feeling. Immediately after, the golden monkey moved and endless origin chi surged in, replenishing the origin chi that was consumed when using the origin martial third revolution. At the same time, he even felt that there were countless golden monkeys in his body, refining his flesh as if they were forging tools. Chapter 97. Oh my heavens, that's possible. Doesn't that mean that even if he doesn't practice martial arts, he can still increase his cultivation level? Fierce Monkey said that he could help him practice martial arts. Chu Yang didn't know the reason. Maybe this was a martial spirit formed from Fierce Monkey's soul, and it was a special martial spirit. That's right. Chu Yang was in a good mood. From now on, you'll be called Little Six, Son Little Six. Fierce Monkey was not satisfied with this name, because it was too casual. My great master, why do I have to be surnamed Son? Why do I have to be called Little Six? Because you're not Sun Wukong. You do not know the 72 transformations. You cannot overthrow the Jade Emperor, and you are not Six-Eared Macaque. Chu Yang said, Master, I have high hopes for you. I hope that you can become the combination of Sun Wukong and Six-Eared Macaque. The combination of names is perfect. Sun Wukong, Son. Six-Eared Macaque, Little Six. Fierce Monkey immediately understood Chu Yang's thoughts and complained, My omnipotent master, are Sun Wukong and Six-Eared Macaque very powerful? As a monkey with inherited memories, he had never heard of Sun Wukong and Six-Eared Macaque. It would be strange if he knew. Let me put it this way. Chu Yang said, Sun Wukong took down the pillar of heaven and turned it into a stick to play with. It weighed millions of pounds and could be big or small. He even turned it into a strand of monkey hair and put it in his ear. Tell me, isn't that powerful? Fierce Monkey felt that Chu Yang was talking nonsense, but he could only accept his fate. My great master, Little Six will not disappoint you. All right, Little Six. Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth and said, You're very impressive. You managed to learn the second cultivation technique of my Great Thousand Leaf Hands just by looking at it. Chu Yang was actually very concerned about this. Hee. Son Little Six said, Master, this is my innate ability. I can't explain it clearly. Although it is very powerful, but compared to Master, it is much weaker. Innate ability, it was talent. In terms of talent, this was amazing. Chu Yang even suspected that this fierce monkey was not a man-eating monkey. It was impossible for a man-eating monkey to be so ridiculous. Chu Yang didn't want this monkey to be too cocky. He said indifferently, That's right. Little Six, let me study these cultivation techniques. Let me see how high your talent is. Yes, my wise master. At this moment, Chu Yang was already calculating. If this monkey was really that amazing, he could minimize the use of his genius martial spirit and save a lot of pills. The great thousand-leaf hands. Master is indeed wise. Wind chasing life, taking sword. Master is indeed a shocking person. 18 flood dragon strikes. Master is indeed omnipotent. This ferocious monkey's endless flattery came right away. At this moment, it was truly a flattering monkey. Suddenly, it saw the Mahamyuri scripture and immediately exclaimed, Origin Martial Third Transformation. It is actually the Origin Martial Third Transformation. This time, it was truly shocked and even forgot to flatter. Chu Yang was proud of himself. Little guy, I can't take care of you. Then, Chu Yang stopped paying attention to the monkey. He used the idiot martial spirit and fell into a deep sleep. The monkey was like a martial arts maniac. It had completely sunk into a state of madness and was studying the origin martial skill. The next day, Chu Yang continued to walk around the coiling dragon's secret territory. After having little six, this native, Chu Yang was completely familiar with the coiling dragon's secret territory. Chapter 98. According to Little Six guess, there should be a terrifying existence hibernating in the deepest part. In addition, there were all kinds of strange life forms, which were extremely powerful. Little Six gave Chu Yang a very pertinent suggestion, which was to stroll around the so-called coiling dragon's secret territory. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep his life. Time flew by like a white steed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang had traversed a very long area in these 3 days and had already arrived at the edge of the Coiling Dragon Mountain. Coiling Dragon Mountain, as its name suggested, it seemed like a huge dragon was suppressed under the mountain. The mountain range was like a huge dragon spreading out, very majestic and very wide. It was not much different from the Coiling Dragon Mountain range outside. In these 3 days, it could be said that Chu Yang did not have a moment of peace. Inside the Coiling Dragon's secret territory, demon beasts were everywhere, and he could casually encounter 9th-level demon beasts. Especially after approaching the Coiling Dragon Mountain, the demon beasts were getting more and more powerful. No wonder it was said that in fact, even Chi Soul Realm warriors would die at any time. According to what Little Six said, the so-called Coiling Dragon secret domain was just a space created by a supreme existence that was hibernating in this different world. It was used as a distraction to prevent the deeper world from being discovered. If that was the case, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao clan were extremely fortunate. If it wasn't for the supreme existence purposely turning this place into a dimension where Chi Soul Realm cultivators could roam freely and forbid demonic beasts from entering the depths, not to mention the Coiling Dragon Fruit, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and Zhao clan would have perished regardless of how many of them entered. In these 3 days, Chu Yang had beheaded at least hundreds of Hotian 9th stage demon beasts. At the same time, he had also found many precious herbs. This trip could be said to be not cheap. Of course, the points in his waste token were also astonishing. If a 9th stage demon beast was calculated as 50 points, Chu Yang now had 5,000 points. However, Chu Yang felt very uncomfortable. These were the points he obtained by painstakingly killing demon beasts. It was really too hard, far less satisfying than killing people and robbing them. This made Little Six realize once again the ferocity of its master. Ha ha ha, Chu Yang, I've been looking for you for 3 days. I've finally found you. If I don't tear you to pieces today, my surname isn't Zhao. Suddenly, from a dense forest in the distance, a wild laughter accompanied by wild joy pierced into Chu Yang's ears. Immediately, many sounds of breaking through the air came in this direction. Soon, a figure flew over from the top of a tree in the distance. In a short while, he had already arrived in front of Chu Yang. The two brothers, Zhao Yunfei and Zhao Yinyang. When Zhao Yunfei saw Chu Yang, his face was immediately filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth, wanting nothing more than to bite Chu Yang to death. As a top core disciple of the Zhao family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? That humiliation was even worse than killing him. Although Chu Yang was merciful, in his opinion, it was Chu Yang who humiliated him. It was the greatest humiliation in his life. Only by killing Chu Yang could he wash away the humiliation on his body. It's you too, trash. Didn't I tell you to take a detour when you see me? Why are you so disobedient? Chu Yang now only hoped that they weren't poor. It would be best if they had the Azure Dragon elixir on them. Chu Yang, you still dare to be arrogant in this place? The two brothers' faces were filled with resentment. Previously, you humiliated us in front of everyone. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today is the day you die. We will definitely tear you to pieces to wash away the humiliation of us two brothers. Ignorant things, if it wasn't for your Zhao family in the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, you two trash would already be dead. Chu Yang sneered and pointed at the two brothers. I will kill you two as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The two brothers' faces suddenly turned red, just like a monkey's butt. Chu Yang's words deeply stimulated their self-esteem. Bastard, didn't you hear the sound of something breaking through the air? Along with Zhao Yunfei's voice, 5 or 6 figures instantly appeared not far away, and soon arrived in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang quickly recognized them. There was also the second-ranked core disciple of the Zhao family, Zhao Yunsh, as well as the branch disciples Zhao Jing, Zhao Yiyang, and Zhao Hongyuan. If Zhao Yunfei and Zhao Hongyuan were counted, Zhao family had a total of 6 top core disciples, and now there were 6 of them in front of Chu Yang. There were also more than a dozen Hotian 9th stage Zhao family disciples. Although they weren't at the top level, they were still extremely powerful. Chu Yang was very sure that Zhao Yunfei and Zhao Hongyuan alone didn't have such strength. The Zhao family's desire to kill him was extremely intense. Chu Yang, today you are dead. I will directly cripple you, then drag you out to feed the demon beasts. I want to see you bitten to death. Zhao Yunfei's complexion was cruel, full of resentment. Previously, they were completely defeated by Chu Yang, making them unable to raise their heads in the Zhao family. Fortunately, Chu Yang was indeed amazing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find such an opportunity to take revenge. Chapter 99. Chu Yang sneered. If he did not have the slightest ability, he would have died here today. Little Six looked at this group of people and was already mourning for them. They could have killed anyone else, but they had to kill such a cruel person. I'm going to hang myself from the southeast if I eat human brains. I just want to know, are you poor ghosts? Chu Yang laughed happily. To be exact, do you poor bastards have Azure Dragon elixirs on you? You're courting death. Azure Dragon Dan is not something you can covet. The Zhao family's disciples had ugly expressions and were all furious. This Chu Yang was too arrogant. As for killing Chu Yang, they did not have any burdens. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao family did not deal with each other. They only maintained peace on the surface. In private, they had been attacking each other for a long time. To be exact, they were now extremely eager to kill Chu Yang. Without a doubt, Chu Yang was the newly risen genius of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. The Zhao family was extremely afraid. The elders had already warned them that no matter what, they must kill Chu Yang. Die with just you guys. You rotten potatoes and stinky eggs. Chu Yang was disdainful. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Tell me, if so many of you die at once, your vitality will be greatly damaged. If so, will anyone cry? I'm very sorry. Ridiculous. Everyone, let's go together and cripple him alive. Cripple him and throw him to the demon beasts. Zhao Yunfei's face was sinister as he roared. He could not wait. Boom. In an instant, a few 9th-level origin martial realm Zhao family's disciples rushed up together. All kinds of martial arts bloomed in their hands. To be able to cultivate to 9th-level origin martial realm at such a young age, which one of them was not proud. Multicolored true qi exploded in the air, shaking out a terrifying qi wave, all of which blasted towards Chu Yang. Swish! Chu Yang took out the large blade that little six had used just now. Although this large blade had not been sharpened, it was extremely heavy and extremely cold. A slash of the blade instantly blossomed with a dazzling light. The long blade turned into a comet with a long tail, cutting through the air and smashing towards those people. This saber strike was extremely heavy. At this moment, Chu Yang comprehended the light and heavy chi masses in his body constantly changed. At the same time, he also infused the profound meaning of the divine elephant carrying mountains into this saber strike. Boom! There was a loud explosion as Chu Yang's saber was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It completely wiped out their attacks. The saber light enveloped all the Zhao clan disciples who attacked. How dare you? Zhao Yunj was shocked and angered. He immediately took action. A long spear, the tip of which shone with a cold light, pierced out. The tip of the spear erupted with terrifying sharpness, transforming into numerous spear shadows that stabbed towards Chu Yang. He wanted to nail Chu Yang to death. Who are you playing in front of? This is Laozi's specialty. Do you understand? Chu Yang's move did not change. With a rumbling sound, the large blade chopped down. The Zhao clan's 9th level origin martial realm disciple was directly cut in half at the waist. His flesh was badly mangled, and he was incomparably miserable. This was the strength of the saber. It had a large killing area. As for dealing with this group of Zhao clan disciples, he did not feel that he needed to use a sword. Ha! At the same time, Chu Yang's other hand, like an elephant's trunk, accurately grabbed the tip of the spear and then fiercely pulled it, changing extremely quickly. These few moves were very dangerous, but Chu Yang easily completed them. Zhao Yunj was suddenly alarmed when he was pulled over. He hurriedly grabbed the spear, but at this time, Chu Yang directly smashed the large blade in his hand. One force to break 10,000 techniques. There was no need for any moves. Zhao Yunj blocked with his spear. Clang! A loud sound of metal clashing resounded as Chu Yang's saber chopped down on Zhao Yunj's spear. Zhao Yunj's palm was directly split open by the impact. Kill! Zhao Yunj saw the miserable appearance of the Zhao clan disciple and went completely crazy. Chu Yang, if you don't die, the heavens will not tolerate it. I must let you suffer all the torture in the world and die miserably. Only then can I be worthy of the dead Zhao clan disciples. Want to kill me? Chu Yang sneered. You really don't have eyesight. Until now, you still haven't figured out the situation. Today, none of you will leave. All of you will die here. Buzz. The large blade in Chu Yang's hand did not seem to be a blade, but a giant club, a sledgehammer, smashing down. The light on it was dazzling, as if it had transformed into a brilliant star. The endless Zhun Qi smashed the air, making it seem like the air was wailing and exploding unceasingly. Clang! Zhao Yunj blocked with his spear. The spear was bent and almost broke. A terrifying Qi wave exploded. Both of his hands were numb and blood flowed out. His heart was frightened. How could Chu Yang have such a terrifying strength? Chapter 100. I feel it. Chu Yang's second blade smashed down. Seeing this, Xiao Lu curled his lips. My blade is not a hammer. You're using it as a hammer. You're really uncultured. Bang! Once again, there was a huge explosion, and the spear in Zhao Yunj's hand was directly broken into two pieces. His hand was shaken by a huge power, and the bones in his hands were cracked. He felt that his hands were about to explode. How is this possible? How can you have such a terrifying power? Zhao Yunj's eyes were filled with horror. Just a moment ago, he felt as if a huge mountain had smashed down on his spear. That kind of copious, huge power was like a tidal wave and had directly broken his spear. What kind of terrifying power was this? He was at the peak of 9th level origin martial realm and was about to enter the Chi Soul realm. He had the power of an elephant, but he was simply unable to resist. He was as weak as a worm. Third blade. The third saber was chopped down at lightning speed. And at this time, the other disciples of the Zhao clan finally reacted and rushed towards Chu Yang one after another. Zhao Yunyang's strength wasn't high, but his speed was the fastest. That was because he was the one who was most eager to torture Chu Yang to death. You have no eyesight. Even if you die, you won't die in vain. Chu Yang sneered and directly smashed down his blade towards Zhao Yunyang. His speed was as fast as lightning, and a sharp whistling sound was heard. No! Zhao Yunfei's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast. He loudly shouted, but there was no way to save Zhao Yunyang, who was close at hand. Puchi! In front of Zhao Yunfei's horrified expression, Chu Yang's unsharpened blade directly and brutally chopped Zhao Yunyang into two halves. A lot of flesh and blood burst into pieces. Little brother, Chu Yang, I'm going to kill you. Zhao Yunfei went completely mad and charged over without regard for anything else. How could he be Chu Yang's opponent? Chu Yang's blade was like a brilliant meteor streaking across the starry sky, cutting through the air and directly chopping Zhao Yunfei into two halves. Zhao Yunfei's body was spasming and twitching on the ground. How is this possible? How could this be possible? The members of the Zhao clan besieged Chu Yang, but the result was that whoever went up died. Other than Zhao Yunj, who was still alive, the rest were all dead. What was even more shocking was that Chu Yang wasn't using some bullshit knife technique at all. He was swinging the big knife like a hammer. What was going on? How could such a bizarre thing happen? The disciples of the Zhao family felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. They were shaken to the point that their nerves seemed to have snapped. Kill him. We must kill him. We can't let him grow. Zhao Yunj, Zhao Yiyang, Zhao Hongyuan, and the other top disciples of the Zhao family also cried out in fear. How old was this Chu Yang? He wasn't even 17 years old, yet he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to fully mature, how terrifying would he be? Just thinking about it made people shudder. Chu Yang only sneered. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he held the big knife in his hand. Blood was constantly dripping from a blade. There was still flesh and blood on the blade. His expression was extremely cold, as if he was a living god of death. Zhao Yunj and the others hadn't even made a move when Chu Yang's big knife, Qi, had already chopped down. Many of them were immediately chopped to death. You actually dared to kill so many people of my Zhao clan. You're dead. Our Zhao clan will definitely not let you go. A 9th-level origin martial realm disciple of the Zhao clan was still clamoring. You're joking. Life and death in the Coiling Dragon secret realm is up to fate. If I die in your hands, the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institute will be unreasonable. Isn't this your plan? Now you're telling me this. Today, I'll kill all of you. Chu Yang was extremely disdainful. He didn't stop and took a step forward. In an instant, he had already rushed in front of the 9th-level origin martial realm disciple and chopped him into two halves with his knife. In an instant, only Zhao Yunj, Zhao Hongyuan, Zhao Yiyang, and a few others were left. They seemed to have formed a formation to jointly attack Chu Yang. Today, I'll let you die completely convinced. Roar! An earth-shattering sound of elephant trumpeting was heard. Suddenly, 3 huge virtual shadows of elephants appeared behind Chu Yang. The power of 3 elephants. How is this possible? How can you have the power of 3 elephants? Zhao Yunj and the others were scared out of their wits. Only the power of 3 elephants? Go down and ask King Yama if it's right. Boom! The big knife chopped down. Zhao Yunj, Zhao Yiyang, and the others were instantly sent flying and vomited blood. The power of 3.5 elephants. Only the power of 3.5 elephants. When Chu Yang used the origin martial third revolution and 9 divine elephants appeared behind him, Zhao Yunj and the others were almost scared out of their wits. They were completely desperate and were killed one by one. Chapter 101. Coiling Dragon's Secret Realm, Coiling Dragon Mountain, Light Barrier. Inside the light barrier was a tree. The tree was 10 feet tall, and its trunk could easily be hugged by a person. Its entire body was green as crystal. There were 9 fruits on the tree, and they fell on the branches, bending the branches. The fist-sized fruits seemed to be coiled around by a green dragon, but that dragon only had a rough shape and did not have a specific face. Coiling dragon tree, coiling dragon fruit. The light barrier was a formation that the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the Zhao family spent a lot of effort to set up. Firstly, it was to protect the coiling dragon tree and prevent the coiling dragon fruit from being stolen by demonic beasts. Secondly, it was to make it easier for the 2 families to obtain the coiling dragon fruit. Outside the light barrier, a group of 7 or 8 people flew through the forest. Every one of them was at least at the 9th level of the origin martial realm. This was the group of people from a Zhao family that had entered the Coiling Dragon secret realm. The number 1 disciple of the Zhao family, Zhao Yundian, and the strongest female disciple of the Zhao family, Zhao Xiaoi, were among them. However, what was surprising was that the leader was not the 2 of them. Instead, it was another handsome young man in his 20s with handsome features and a dignified appearance. Senior brother Song. After stopping outside the light barrier, Zhao Yunj shouted, "These disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution are troublesome. Why don't we go and kill them all first?" The youth with the surname Song frowned slightly and said indifferently, "When the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution were teleported in, most of them were already scattered. How long would it take to find and kill them all? Furthermore, those people from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution can't do anything to me." That's natural. Senior brother Song has already entered the Chi Soul realm. However, the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution only has Chu Na as their leader. She should be in the half-step Chi Soul realm and will be difficult to deal with. The head was the head of the 6 sons. Half-step Chi Soul realm. Specifically, after reaching the peak of the 9th level of the origin martial realm, one would open the head acupoint and connect the heaven and earth bridge. True Chi and martial soul would be completely connected without any obstruction. It was called the half-step Chi Soul realm. Zhao Yundian frowned and said, "In addition, her brother, Chu Yang, might be troublesome. He can easily defeat our core disciples. I'm afraid his strength is not simple." It doesn't matter. A half-step into the Chi Soul realm is still not a Chi Soul realm cultivator after all. Compared to me, she is far weaker. At most, her strength is on par with yours. If I were to kill Chu Na, it would be as easy as flipping my hand, the young man surnamed Song said. Besides, no matter what, their final target will be this place. We'll just have to kill them all at once. Suddenly, the young man became extremely displeased. Why are there so few of you? Senior brother, Yin Gu and the others have gone to kill Chu Yang. That's the younger brother of Chu Na. Chu Yang. Yes. The young man with the surname Song was getting a little enraged. Can't you tell what's important? As he spoke, his eyes turned cold as he looked at Zhao Yundian. You should know that the coiling dragon fruit cannot be lost this time. For this reason, the Azure Dragon School and the Zhao clan racked their brains to arrange for you and the core disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution to compete for this coiling dragon fruit. You should know better than me what the coiling dragon fruit represents. Zhao Yunyan naturally knew that once the Zhao clan obtained more coiling dragon fruits, the clan head, Zhao Ba's strength would definitely rise higher than the dean of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, Nangongying. As such, the Zhao clan would very likely clean up the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and change the surname of the institution to Zhao. From then on, only the Zhao clan would be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the Coiling Dragon Town. They would be able to establish a relationship with the 5 Elements sect and send as many Zhao clan disciples as they wanted to. Senior brother, Zhao Yundian explained the reason. My second uncle suspects that this Chu Yang killed Yun Hu and stole the Azure Dragon Elixir and Soreheart Skyflame. Buzz, the youth's surname Song was suddenly enraged, and the image of a huge snake appeared behind him. Even Zhao Yundian was scared out of his wits. This was a technique of the Chi Soul realm. Although it had not been completely revealed, it was still very shocking. When Qi and martial soul were fused, the martial soul would refine Qi into Qi. With Qi, one could visualize and construct weapons like cauldrons, bells, and swords. One could also visualize spirit beasts like pythons, ferocious tigers, flood dragons, and gold rock. One could even construct rivers, mountains, stars, and even the sun and moon. Chapter 102. Are you sure he's the one who killed my second cousin? The young man with the surname Song was the only son of the Azure Dragon School sect leader, Song Lai. He was also the young sect leader of the Azure Dragon School. At this moment, Song Hong Tu was extremely furious. The Sword Heart Heavenly Flame was originally his. He took the risk to enter the Sun Moon cave to lure away a heaven-devouring python so that Zhao Meng could take the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame away. However, it was snatched away halfway, causing him to work for nothing and be happy for nothing. It should be him, Zhao Yundian said coldly. Second uncle was only guessing. At that time, he thought that Chu Yang couldn't kill an 8th-level Origin Martial Realm expert. However, judging from Chu Yang's recent performance, he's only at the peak of 6th-level Origin Martial Realm. He could easily crush a 9th-level Origin Martial Realm disciple. Who else could it be but him? That means the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire must be in his hands. This was what Song Hong Tu was most concerned about. If I can find the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire. Thinking of this, Song Hong Tu's heart burned with passion. If I go to the Sun Moon Cave again and obtain the Saber Crystal Earth Water and temper it with fire and water, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Advancing to the Ascending Soul Tier will be just around the corner. That should be the case. Zhao Yundian answered cautiously. If not, he wasn't sure how Song Hong Tu would react. However, he was sure that he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As for the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire, the Zhao family didn't know much about it. Over the past few days, the Zhao family and Azure Dragon School were focused on the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range. They were waiting for the person who snatched the Sword Heart Heavenly Fire to arrive. They believed that the other party must have known the secret of the Sun Moon Cave. Very good. Song Hong Tu's gaze became even colder. This bastard dared to kill my cousin and snatch my Sword Heart Heavenly Fire. I will make him beg for death. Then, he looked at the Coiling Dragon Tree. The Sword Heart Heavenly Fire is very important. However, the Coiling Dragon Fruit can't be lost. You should know the secret behind the Azure Dragon Elixir. Those fools from the Coiling Dragon Martial Arts Institute are just wasting natural resources. How could Zhao Yundian not know that the Azure Dragon Elixir was extremely mysterious? However, the most attractive part was that the Dragon Elixir could improve the martial spirit. He even heard that if one had enough Azure Dragon Elixir, it could even form a new martial spirit. We can't make any mistakes in this matter. Looking at Zhao Yundian's resolute expression, Song Hong Tu smiled faintly. There is no hurry now. There is still some time before the Coiling Dragon fruit ripens. Be it the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution or those demonic beasts, none of them would come to contest for it. Once it ripens, we will settle everything once and for all. After a pause, Song Hong Tu was afraid that the Sword Heart Heavenly Flame might be lost. So he changed his mind. Let's get rid of those trash from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution first. It should be safer. When the time comes, there will be a chaotic battle, and I reckon that I will need your help. Yes, the Zhao family's disciples agreed, one after another, not daring to disobey. Of course, Song Hong Tu knew that they were only afraid of him. When the time came, they would be worried about his safety, so they wouldn't risk their lives. He said again, if we succeed, all of you will have contributed greatly. I won't say anything else, but each of you will have at least one Azure Dragon pellet. With me here, helping you all to reach the Chi Soul Realm is a piece of cake. Do you understand? There is no need for him to instigate any further. In an instant, the hearts of the Zhao family disciples burned with passion. That was the Azure Dragon pellet. Chapter 103. Pauper. All of you are pauper. Chuyang swept through the battlefield. Apart from the divine accumulation pill, chi generating pill, and body nourishing pill, there were all kinds of techniques of the origin martial realm. He actually didn't find a single Azure Dragon pill, which made him very surprised. Previously, when he killed Zhao Yunhu, the number of Azure Dragon Dawn he obtained from his body was counted in bottles, not in pills. Could it be that only Zhao Yunhu was raised by his mother, and all of you were raised by his stepmother? Chuyang was extremely depressed. He was hoping to get a few Azure Dragon Dawn for research, but in the end, he didn't get anything. This is simply a waste of my energy. I should have known that I would have run away to avoid so much trouble. This was the truth. He had to admit that he killed these people from the Zhao clan. Otherwise, the wrath of the Zhao clan would be transferred to the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution. Even if he didn't care about the disciples of the Martial Institution, he couldn't ignore his violent sister. After having fun, he found out the repercussions. Having a family is also a big problem. It seriously affects me killing people. Little Six heard this and gritted his teeth. His master was too cruel. How was he like a human? He was the same as himself, eating human brains. At the same time, Little Six was also cursing in his heart. He didn't know who was the one who said that the martial skills and the dawn should be given to. Little Six mistakenly thought that his master didn't want to kill people he was familiar with. Who would have thought that he would complain in a blink of an eye? Little Six, you are already dead. If you keep the treasures you hid, they will only mold. Quickly give them to your master. Your master is in imminent danger. Chuyang was only at the peak of the 7th level of the origin martial realm. He estimated that if the 2 elders of the Zhao clan made a move against him, he would be dead. Little Six gritted his teeth again. How many times had he said this? The monkey really didn't hide anything. Why didn't he believe the monkey? Wise and mighty boss, there is nothing left. They all entered my stomach. I say, Little Six, Chuyang said earnestly, you should know that if your boss is so awesome, reviving you is a piece of cake for him. I think you should work harder. As he spoke, he roared, Little Six, do you have or not? With your boss's strength, he'll end up dead if he's not careful. Little Six couldn't help but roll his eyes. You don't bring anything with you when you're born, and you don't bring anything with you when you're dead. How could I not understand this logic? You're actually still thinking about the monkey's dead money. Boss, the reason why you can't increase your cultivation level is because of the 3rd transformation of the sure martial realm. Boss, not only is the quality of your Zhen Qi unparalleled under the heavens, the amount of Zhen Qi is even greater than before. Boss, your body is becoming more and more heroic, but in Little Six's opinion, you can still go one step further. Little Six heroically changed the topic, and this left Chuyang dumbfounded for a moment. Liuzi, are you saying that Grandpa's body is too weak right now and can't hold more Zhen Qi, so I can't break through? If a martial artist's Zhen Qi was water, then the body was a container. When the container was full, it would naturally overflow. In other words, Chuyang was like this now. He couldn't hold more Zhen Qi, so he couldn't break through to the 8th level of the sure martial realm. Boss, if you weren't an incomplete Xiantian life form, not to mention the 8th level of the sure martial realm, you wouldn't even be able to reach the 2nd transformation. Your Zhen Qi would have been full long ago. Incomplete Xiantian life form. Chuyang was stunned. Little Six, are you talking about my Sword Dao body? He naturally didn't know that his body had been transformed by the Sword Heart Skyfire. Little Six also didn't know. In any case, it disdained it. It had nothing to do with the Sword Dao body. However, Little Six didn't want to be ravaged, so it flattered him decisively. Yes. It's the body of Sword Dao. Boss, you're really omnipotent. You even cultivated the great body of Sword Dao. Thought you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.